we're right here, so once we switch the slides, you should be able to still access it. Yesterday, all the presenters did amazing, and amazing again today. There are 28 presentations across 2 days, and just to kind of kick things off, I'll give a little bit of context as to what makes this year different. We always do not just these presentations, but we have a panel of judges. So we have a bunch of juniors who've been sitting here for 2 full days. Well, they will be 2 full days watching this over and over and over again. And we have some teacher judges. We have Ms. Separano from the superintendent's office here. We had a QC judge here yesterday, so lots of judges. They're all watching. Give them a round of applause first for doing this. And we've always had prizes thanks to our Alumni Association and our PTA who fund them. This year we added a 3rd funding source, which is the Renaissance Society of America, who wrote a grant and they're interested in this project. So they gave us $2,500 to add to the prizes that go with the judges. So what that means is we're going to have a bunch of top prizes that are worth much more than they were in the past. So the winning groups in 4 categories will get a prize of $600. Then there'll be a runner-up group that will get a prize of $400. So what you'll see is that a bunch of presentations have a Renaissance component. I think one of them during this panel will, right? Hamlet? So keep your eye on that. And so we're really grateful to the Renaissance Society for supporting us. I'm going to send them the videos of these presentations afterwards, and hopefully they'll continue to support us. So thank you for that. All right, we are about ready to begin. This is our first panel for today. Not only is there a Renaissance component, but it's joined by, they're both dealing also with the text one wrote to present. So that kind of connects them together. We have one for classes here, so we'll let them get seated. And then our host of the panel, who's going to help with the Q&A session, is Mr. McDonough. He's a teacher in the Humanities Seminary program. So please give him a round of applause. And he's going to take it away.
Just keep going all the way to the end.
Hello, everybody. I know it's loud. As you listen, at the end will be your Q&A, so you can ask questions about like content, questions about the texts, about some of their ideas, but some like surefire, easy questions to ask have to do with content. Like, how did you come up with that idea? What was the process like? Were you scared? You know, things like that. So, think about questions, but mostly just listen to the ideas that they're sharing today and all the hard work they've done. All right, so our first group today is going to be or not to be, an evaluation of mental illness representation in media, and our presenters will be Chen, Sophia Jang, and Emerald Lee. Please give them a nice round of applause.
Political works of Hamlet, One for the Cuckoo's Nest, and The Silent Voice. The representation of mental illness through anti-heroes in literature and film often offers a stigmatizing portrayal of those who actually suffer from such disorders, which begs the need for more positive, realistic images in media.
Before delving into our text, let's start with defining anti-heroes, which are protagonists who possess characteristics that can be seen as both good and bad, and upholds a subjective moral standard separate from societal morality. The first anti-hero we'll be introducing is Prince Hamlet in William Shakespeare's play. The play follows the tragic story of Hamlet as he seeks revenge and descends into madness after his father's ghost reveals to him that his father was murdered by his uncle Claudius, who is now the king and married to his mother. At the start of the play, the line "something is rotten in the state of Denmark" foreshadows the corruption of human nature within society in Hamlet, marked by the hypocrisy of its people, the unethical usurpation of power by Claudius, and adultery of Hamlet's mother. After revealing the murder, the ghost urges Hamlet to redeem justice for his father in Denmark, transforming his vengeance into a symbolic act of rectifying societal wrongs. However, this action contains a paradox, as the moral implication positions him as a protagonist, but with antagonistic traits like violence and intense hatred, which distinguished him from traditional heroes. To fulfill his vengeance, Hamlet had to appear non-threatening to the king, so he feigned insanity, as evidenced by "I perchance hereafter shall meet to plan and take this position on." This insanity disguise enhanced his anti-heroic persona, and further makes him a revolutionary anti-hero, which, according to Oliver, are those who seek to change a society gone wrong through violent and extreme measures, and demonstrate psychotic behavior in so doing. By feigning insanity, Hamlet disguises his violent vengeance as psychosis, a common trope abused by literary anti-heroes to camouflage their flaws. This trope often perpetuates stigmas attached to real-life patients, as it relies on melodramatic manifestation of mental illness. One scene that speaks the most for such depictions when Hamlet framed his madness for the murder, as seen in him mistaking Polonius for a rat. Moreover, Hamlet alienates him from himself and implies that insanity is a source of sin by proclaiming his madness is poor Hamlet's enemy. This extreme portrayal reinforces harmful stereotypes, depicting psychiatric patients as bloodthirsty maniacs and natural-born killers who show no remorse with their actions, which is distorting and stigmatizing. The psychotic trope in anti-hero can also glorify mental illness. In Hamlet, his so-called insanity stems from a moral intention to rectify wrongs. This imbues mental illness with heroism and glorifies it. Additionally, portraying Hamlet's illness as measured means as it is further glorifies it and adds a creative mystique akin to new media. This inaccurate aesthetic can lead audience to trivialize, overlook, and romanticize the struggles of real-life patients.
Similar to Hamlet, Ken Kesey's Wonderful Cuckoo's Nest conveys the story of Randall McMurphy and his successful resistance against the psychiatric ward and its overseer, Nurse Ratched. From the very beginning, McMurphy is marked by his disdain for authority and his rebellious nature against following the rules laid out in society. He is also characterized as reckless and violent when he endangers others in his pursuit for personal freedom, and always tries to get his way through his charm and manipulation. However, McMurphy's flaws are overshadowed by the dehumanizing conditions of his ward. Nurse Ratched embodies an authoritative force through manipulation and cruel punishment. Kesey utilizes Nurse Ratched's actions to mask McMurphy's own flaws, to paint him as an anti-hero, as a hero of the ward, glorifying his rebellious actions. McMurphy's response to Nurse Ratched's misuse of authority was through preserving his individualism, prompting the patients to do the same. In this way, McMurphy is an anti-hero. Sees an injustice endured without institutional redress and aims to resolve it using measures outside of the law. Vigilantism lends itself to anti-heroism, requiring a rejection of status quo. While Kesey paints McMurphy as a flawed hero readers can identify with, the glorification of his actions may contribute to a problematic portrayal of mental illness. Psychopathy is a type of neuropsychiatric disorder characterized by disinhibition, meanness, and boldness. However, the diagnosis of psychopathy in the novel as being overzealous in one's sexual relations paints an inaccurate portrayal of this disorder, overlooking its seriousness and leading to misdiagnosis. Additionally, McMurphy utilizes his so-called psychopathy as a manipulation tactic. He states, "I'm in this place because that's the way I planned it, pure and simple, because it's a better place than a work farm. As near as I can tell, I don't need it, or never knew it if I was." This would be considered malingering, which means to feign illness or other incapacity in order to avoid duty or work. And by depicting McMurphy as a hero, this may lend readers to believe that this behavior is commendable. Kesey continues to depict McMurphy as a flawed hero despite all the instances he undermines mental illnesses, indirectly and directly glorifying mental illness as a means of power. Dale Harding states, "Never before did I realize that mental illness could have the aspect of power. Think of it. Perhaps the more insane a man is, the more powerful he could become. Rather than condemning his actions, Kesey utilizes psychosis and Nurse Ratchet's extreme cruelty to glorify McMurphy as a role model for leaders. However, this may encourage individuals to imitate his behavior and adopt mental illness as a power tool without fully understanding the consequences.
By contrast, the 2016 animated film A Silent Voice follows former school bully Shoei Ishida, tracing the development of a typical literary antagonist. By repeatedly stealing and damaging new student Shoko's hearing aids, Shoei failed to empathize with her hearing loss, directing childish cruelty at her for his own entertainment. This is further explored in volume 1 of the manga when he states, "When I see a slug, I pour salt on it. If there's a pigeon, I chase it. I adjust a path of ants and doodle on cats, so a poor water Shoko chased her, adjust her path, and doodle on her stuff." Influenced by his older sister, who taught him to believe that life is a war against boredom, this philosophy is what skews his moral compass, which ultimately leads to his ostracization. Shoei's mental health issues stem from his mounting self-hatred as the new social reject, after he realizes the gravity of his past actions and is left all alone to repent. In Shoei, the major depressive disorder manifests in his feelings of worthlessness and guilt, and fixating on past failures as just a few symptoms he frequently exhibits. Tormented by his past self, which he criticizes and loathes, he feels trapped in his own body and constantly undeserving of happiness, leading to recurrent thoughts of suicide as his source of release. His mom states, "You even sold off your manga, clothes, and bed. Your room is clean for a change, you canceled your phone service, and everything after April 5th is torn off from your calendar." These warning signs reveal the true weight of Shoei's mental state, showing the actual thought process leading up to a carefully planned suicide attempt. In one of the movie's most well-known scenes, the motif of X's crossing out everyone's faces is introduced, symbolizing the social barrier he's put up between him and everyone else. Here, social anxiety disorder presents itself through symptoms like fear of eye contact, avoidance of speaking in public, and dissociative behaviors, which all plague Shoei's school life. He constantly thinks everyone is talking about him and imagines them saying things like, "Shoei never hangs out with anyone, what a total freak," or "Why does he even bother living?" as projections of his own self-disparagement. Unlike Hamlet and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, A Silent Voice offers a deeply realistic portrayal of how these mental health issues might manifest in real life. In the absence of an easy way out, Shoei's internal struggle is messy and complex, not an excuse for his actions, but a now reflexive response to isolation and consuming self-resentment. And as Dr. Heather Stewart states, while negative media images of mental illness minimize, dramatize, or glamorize the reality of such issues, positive human interest stories can serve to challenge existing public prejudices. In the end, Shoei ultimately redeems himself, learning Japanese sign language, apologizing, coming to reason for someone else to continue living, after he saved Shoko from her own suicide. Shoei becomes a hero through his newfound moral courage, accurately embodying not just this year's impact of mental illnesses, but the ability to confront them and forgive himself in the process. His character inspires many viewers to see a part of themselves reflected in media, to feel empowered and seen, and gives hope for their eventual recovery, accepting the fact that we're not just the ugly parts of ourselves. A Silent Voice portrays mental illness as it is, complex, challenging, yet humanizing. However, Hamlet and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest utilize mental illness as a means of power through feigning and malingering, which contribute to mental health stigmas. And this is why exceptional care should be taken in portraying the psychosis of anti-heroes, as the flaws that define an anti-hero may very well foster the stigmatization of individuals with mental health issues in real life. Thank you to Professor Marino and Mr. Morello for your guidance, and thank you all for listening.
Great job. It's not easy getting up here doing that, let me tell you. It's hard doing this. All right, for our next group, we have the paradoxical anti-hero, capitalism and patriarchy in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So please welcome to the stage Maya Konyash, Abigail Schwartz, Maisha Taiba, and Olivia Wong.
Okay, before we begin, I would like to give a trigger warning. So there are mentions of sexual violence and graphic images which might be upsetting for some. Hi, We are Maya, Abby, Maisha, and Olivia, and we will be presenting The Paradoxical Anti-Hero, Capitalism and the Patriarchy in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So to kick things off, I would like to take a moment to commend our fellow symposium presenters for their work so far. Here, as you can see, is the wide variety of thesis texts we've covered, and it's clear that we've covered a very diverse range of topics. It's been a pleasure listening to all of your presentations. But now I want to ask that you, the audience, take a moment to see if you notice any patterns in the anti-heroes displayed on the screen. I think it's pretty clear that all the anti-heroes we've examined so far are men. And while this interesting fact only hints at the deeper issues our presentation will explore, our group believes that women are not allowed to be the anti-hero. Yes, female anti-heroes do exist, including the grand total of 4 anti-heroes we've seen in this symposium. But we must examine the socioeconomic perspective of these female anti-heroes that do exist in order to see why they are not allowed to be the anti-hero. So the anti-hero from our perspective is a protagonist whose actions are often lacking in morals, but nevertheless strives to advance a societal cause they believe to be of utmost importance. This definition is inspired by the research of Professor Victoria Tomasulo and her lecture entitled Towards a Working Definition of the Anti-Hero.
Okay, so I'm going to start with a quick summary of our thesis text, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. The novel is set in a 1960s psych ward and is narrated by one of the patients, Chief Bromden, who suffers from frequent hallucinations. He believes that through the combine of facet of his hallucinations, Nurse Ratched, the head nurse, attempts to fix patients who do not conform to her strict rules. McMurphy, who is labeled a psychopath, is a newly admitted patient who starts causing trouble in the ward. He attempts to fight against Ratched's rules, ultimately leading to a debatably heroic final ending where he assaults her. So why is this text relevant? Take a look at our thesis. In One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Nurse Ratched is excluded from the trope of the anti-hero as a result of her sexual, violent, and inhumane depiction. Despite the gradual progress seen in modern media, Kill Bill, and Promising Young Women, these depictions of women ostracize them from anti-heroic tropes as a result of overarching capitalistic structures. Kesey's critique of capitalism is ultimately hypocritical. In an effort to warn against the uniformity of capitalism, he upholds the long-standing patriarchal structures that fuel capitalism.
So we will now walk you through exactly how we will justify this thesis. So first, we will establish how and why Kesey criticizes capitalism. Next, we will analyze and compare the characterizations of Nurse Ratched and McMurphy. Next, we will broaden our viewpoint by analyzing at other portrayals of female anti-heroes and the sexualization of the nurse archetype. And finally, tying this back into capitalism, we will look into the profitability of misogynistic portrayals of female anti-heroes, where we conclude that Kesey's critique of capitalism is ultimately hypocritical. So let's take a step back for a moment. Who was Ken Kesey and what environment was he writing in? Well, the literary subculture movement of the 1960s was a movement that many American authors followed in an attempt to reject the American culture built on capitalism, conformity, and materialism. So in the novel, the psych ward acts as a microcosm of American society where the imaginary combine enforces conformity. So the hierarchy within the ward mirrors capitalist class divisions and power imbalances with a reversal of oppressive roles, with women holding the highest positions of authority. Interestingly, in a 1963 interview, Kesey proclaimed, "A man should have the right to be as big as he feels it's in him to be." Given Kesey's personal stance, this reversal of roles isn't really a fear of capitalism, it's more so a fear of diminishing white male superiority. So now, keeping this in mind, Ratched isn't the only one who asserts her power over the patients as head nurse. Let's take a look at this quote from one of the other patients during a conversation with McMurphy. "We're all in here because we can't adjust to our rabbithood. We need a good strong wolf like the nurse to teach us our place." Here, the rabbit-wolf metaphor establishes a conformist leader dynamic between the patients and Ratched. And in the same way, those who do not have the means to capitalize off others in society are exploited by those in power. So now, McMurphy becomes aware of this sense of insecurity in the patients, which allows him to position himself as a leader, essentially perpetuating the cycle of exploitation that he initially resists. Thus, he is a symbol of capitalism, exploiting the other patients for personal gain in order to defeat the Combine. So we can see how Kesey does criticize capitalism through McMurphy, but we must acknowledge how he uses misogyny as a tool in order to convey this criticism.
Okay, now that we've established Kesey's critique of capitalism, we must further question his misogyny as it is present in the novel. Is Ratchet's label as the villain of the story justified? Why is McMurphy the commonly accepted anti-hero instead of Ratchet? These two characters are categorized differently due to Kesey's word choice. The name Ratchet is a play on the commonly used word ratchet, and it's also composed of the words rat and chet. This name choice sets up her character as the villain before she's even introduced to the audience. Moreover, Chief Brompton introduces Ratchet as a monstrous villain through exaggerated descriptions such as her being furious or out of control. Unlike Ratchet, McMurphy is viewed as a charismatic figure, as you can see here. Now that McMurphy was around to back them up, the guys are letting fly at everything that had ever happened on the ward that they didn't like. His rebellious nature and resistance to rules earns him admiration from the patients. Thus, he fits the trope of the anti-hero. This stark contrast is clear in one scene when Kesey's language is very different when describing other women versus other men. As you can see here, she sat stiff there on the grass, or she begins to move stiffly back to their car. Yet, contrasted with the relaxed scenes of men in the same situation, he says, "I was on the grass," or "they get back in their car." The only way to rationalize this word choice is with the understanding that Kesey is a misogynist. Objectively, Nurse Ratchet and McMurphy exhibit traits of both anti-heroism and villainy throughout the novel. Yet, McMurphy is perceived as an anti-hero solely due to Kesey's word choice.
So I want you guys to take a look at these pictures. What do all of these women have in common? They're nurses. So historically, nurses have been rendered subordinate to their male counterparts, suggesting that society views weakness in women who assume nurturing roles. According to an analysis from researcher Meadow, Kesey believes that women are subordinate to men simply because of their bodies. This belief is proven when Nurse Ratchet's assault resolves the plot. This instills Kesey's belief that women are naturally subordinate to men. We see a similar subordinate nurse theme in Kill Bill. This woman might look strong and independent, but is she really? In this movie, Elle Driver roleplays as a nurse to carry out the assassination of the bride. However, she must ask Bill for permission in order to proceed. Her request to kill is ultimately declined, and she is forced to leave. The fact that Elle could not operate without asking permission from Bill shows her lack of free will, and how she assumes a subordinate position to men, Bill. Moving on to Promising Young Women, Cassie also roleplays as a nurse. However, there is more progress here. Unlike her predecessor, she acts in accordance with her own free will. Her nurse roleplay is done deliberately. Dressed as a stripper in a nurse's uniform, she plots revenge against the sexual predator Al. However, her plans backfire. Al manages to overpower and murder her. Despite Finnell's attempts to nurse a female antihero, Cassie's death symbolizes her inability to fully assume the role of a successful female antihero. The recurrence of the theme of the overpowered nurse through these movies reiterate Kesey's notion that women are subordinate to men. However, this movie did not do nearly as well as Kill Bill did. As this graph very clearly shows, Kill Bill did much better at the box office than Promising Young Women. It's 18 million versus 180 million. I think it's pretty clear that Kill Bill won here. While I believe that Fennell has done a phenomenal job taking the portrayal of women in media in the right direction, it's clear that much more work must be done in order for female antiheroes to become more mainstream and accepted.
So now looking at Kesey's hypocrisy within the making of the novel. Kesey critiques the structure of capitalism by using misogynistic depictions of women, and clearly, as we have seen in Olivia's graph, this happens to be favored in the film industry. Kesey warns against the dangers of conformity by inciting fear amongst the readers as what may happen to those who do not conform at the hands of the Combine. The men in the novel feel emasculated solely because they are not holding the highest power, therefore breaking the patriarchy. Kesey is hypocritical in his analysis of what is wrong with conformity by conforming to long-standing gender norms for both men and women, and villainizing female authority in the sole character, Nurse Ratchet, who could have broken these barriers down.
Through Kesey crafting, not only a woman, but a nurse assumes such great power over other men, creates immediate dissatisfaction by the audience, making it easy for Kesey to villainize Ratched. Throughout the novel, as scholar Victus describes in his journal, Madness and Misogyny, Kesey conforms to the structure of the conventional male myth and asks the reader to accept that myth as a heroic pattern. Later, through the celebration and heroic personification of McMurphy, after raping Nurse Ratched, exactly signifies Kesey's goal of holding traditional patriarchal norms in place by stopping at no lengths for the men to ultimately assume the right power over Ratched. Kesey himself created his novel, perfectly replicating what he warns against, and replicates the character he villainized through forcing conformity on his readers. He reinforces the idea that an ideal society is one with men at the top.
So Kesey is clearly trying to critique capitalism in this novel, but if he actually wanted to do that successfully, he should have made Nurse Ratched an anti-hero, not a villain. Of course, he knew this decision would cost him, so he stuck with the societally accepted McMurphy as his anti-hero and sold over 8 million copies of his novel and made $160 million on the film adaptation as a result. However, by catering to the misogyny of the 1960s in order to make his money, he exposes himself as a hypocrite. Ultimately, this novel is hardly a successful criticism of capitalism. In fact, it's just another product of the patriarchal system. Thank you for listening, and thank you to Mr. Dunbar. Here are work today.
Great job, all presenters. All right, we have some time for one, maybe two questions. So let's get a question from the audience, please. All right.
You just yell it out. As long as you can, it'll be quicker.
Yeah, so in regards to like portraying mental health illnesses in media, what advice would you give to future authors who would wish to portray these illnesses?
Do you understand the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think future authors could do more research before writing about the different mental disorders, so they don't like oversimplify or they don't overgeneralize or just even glorify these like mental illnesses.
One more question right here.
Okay, so there's been some interpretation. This is for second group, by the way. So there's been some interpretation, right, that Nurse Ratched isn't actually that much of a villainous figure because she shows traits of characters who aren't necessarily villains. People have said that she shows characteristics of caring for others, but she simply just limits the freedom of the men. And through the unreliable narrator of Chief Bromden, that makes her seem more like a villain than not. So is this more of a thing about an unreliable narrator who fits a mode of society in their time? Or is it a bigger picture where Ken Kesey is trying to, I guess, justify the superiority of men in a sense?
Thank you for your question. That was a really good question. So, yes, we came across a lot of sources that, or just like from being in an English class, like the unreliable narrator is a very common thing that definitely hinders the audience's perception of the novel. But after researching a lot about Ken Kesey, I think it's very clear that the way that his influences made their way into the book. For example, according to like one of the researchers, one of the articles that we heavily relied on, Madness and Misogyny by Daniel Victus, he exposed Kesey so much, like just his background with like drugs and like his just misogynistic views. I think that made it pretty clear to us that the unreliable narrator was kind of a front for exposing his misogynistic beliefs.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney, we have time for one more question, or should we leave? We gotta go. All right. One last round of applause for us. If you could please exit stage left. Am I right, Mr. Dunbar? Stage left is this way. All right, very good. Stage left and out those stairs. Thank you very much for coming to be a great audience.
Great job. Does it feel vibrations? Is that like a real
It is.
It's okay. So it's like the bees up there. I just climbed over.
Stop going.
I can get out.
Hands out.
Hands out. Husky.
Right there, right there. Why? Oh my god.
It's okay to be in
Okay, we're about ready to start panel 2 of the day. And if you need to get the program, the QR code is up here or on the walls. The focus for this panel is murder and the anti-hero. So Mr. Dunbar is going to be the host. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. I'm so excited for y'all to be here to watch this panel. Today we have some excellent presentations ready for you, and this really is the product of just months of work by these students. So I hope you really appreciate and enjoy what you're about to see. Before we proceed with our first presentation, I just want you to keep in mind, if you could just have in the back of your head some potential questions you might want to ask our panelists. We'll have about 3 to 4 minutes at the end for those questions. Those questions can be either content-based, that is, things about the texts or the movies that they're studying, or they can be just process-based, that is, what was it like to go through this process? So with all that being said, I'd like to introduce our first group, and that is Carolina Conquera, Tiffany Deng, and Alessandra Diaz, and their presentation is entitled, I Will Never Stop Killing, The Impossible Power of Truth in Women at Point Zero. Enjoy.
Hello, my name is Ale Diaz.
My name is Carolina Corcuera.
My name is Tiffany Deng. And like Mr. Dunbar said, our presentation is called I Will Never Stop Killing, The Impossible Power of Truth.
So our presentation is centered on a text titled Women at Point Zero by Nawal El-Saadawi. It is based on the real story of Firdaus, a woman whom the author met on a visit to Kanatir prison in 1973. And it contains her testimony of the manipulation and abuse she had suffered under the Egyptian patriarchy as a woman born into the lower class. Ultimately, Firdaus ends up killing her pimp, Marzuk, which is why she is now in prison and sentenced to death. The story ends with her proudly walking away from El-Saadawi and towards her execution, her head held high.
Firdaus is executed for murder, but is she truly a murderer? First, we will define what draws a line between killing as in murder and killing for self-defense. Murder is often planned and is done with malicious intent, whereas killing for self-defense is killing in order to protect yourself from harm and is a last resort to staying alive.
Keeping that in mind, our working definition of an antihero is a heroic character who disrupts the peace and order of society instead of preserving it. When we're looking at self-defense versus murder, murder is clearly the more anti-heroic act, since the murderer is deliberately acting against the law.
And thus, our thesis is that Firdaus accepts the position of an anti-hero at the end of the novel by becoming a sacrifice or being the self-sacrifice. So she accepts a villainous reputation under the eyes of the Egyptian state by identifying as a murderer. However, by choosing to be executed, which to her is courageous and heroic, she is actually giving herself power.
When analyzing Marzuk's treatment of Firdaus, it can be viewed through the lens of 2 gender theories created by Belknap et al. The first theory states that men resort to violence when their partner makes an attempt to end their relationship. The second theory states that women, on the other hand, resort to violence to protect themselves from their partner. Although Marzuk and Firdaus are not partners in a romantic sense, they are bound together by their power dynamic. Marzuk is above Firdaus. He takes her house, her money, and autonomy over her own body away from her. The abuse and mistreatment leads to Firdaus making the decision to leave, to which Marzuk says, quote, she will never leave. She tries again to leave, to escape Marzuk's control. This is where Marzuk turns to violence in order to prevent Firdaus from leaving. As you can see from the quote, only when Marzuk initiates violence and poses a threat to Firdaus does she turn to violence. Thus, Firdaus is not truly a murderer.
Despite the fact that Firdaus had not murdered Marzuk, she is still about to be executed for it. She made no attempt to argue that she had acted in self-defense, nor did she need to. No man believed that she could have killed anyone anyway. So, it seems that Firdausi's imprisonment and sentence is largely her own doing. She is the one distinguishing herself as a murderer. To explain, we're going to talk about Firdausi's interaction with a prince, whom she meets directly after having killed Marzer. When she tells him that she had killed someone before, he doesn't believe her, undermining her by saying she seems too gentle. Note that he says this despite not knowing any of what she had been through. Thus, she raises her hand and slaps him violently, then tells him the quote here. In particular, she says, "I am perfectly capable of killing you." This instantly makes the prince afraid of her. With this slap, for the very first time in her whole life, a man fears her. In this quote, it is also very visible that she is no longer discussing self-defense. She is talking about exacting justice, killing because she thinks it is deserved. And in doing so, she makes the prince think that she is a murderer. Here we have another instance of a man believing that Firdaus is incapable of killing him. Once in prison, the doctor makes an appeal for her to pardon her crime and avoid her execution, once again because he thinks that she is too gentle to kill. However, she adamantly refuses, telling him, "I don't want to be released and I want no pardon for my crime. For what you call my crime was no crime. If I go out once again to the life which is yours, I will never stop killing." The audience is then left to question why Firdaus made such bold declarations. Why would she dig her own grave instead of playing by men's doubts?
So, because Firdaus is now adopting this identity as a murderer, she is now positioning her execution as one of self-sacrifice. She says, to justify this, that she was the only woman that had torn the mask away, that had exposed the face of their ugly reality being the violence and aggression of men. So not only now is she justifying her act, which we will then position as anti-heroic, she is also taking another step towards regaining her autonomy. So now that we know that choosing to be executed and rejecting the plea deal is one of self-sacrifice, we can also establish it as being anti-heroic. Why is it anti-heroic? She is stripping herself of life and autonomy to prove that she has autonomy, and she is also destroying her reputation under the eyes of the Egyptian state. We can compare her journey to the hero's journey developed by Joseph Campbell, a literary scholar, in his book, The Hero with 1,000 Faces. He states that heroes would sacrifice themselves for something bigger than themselves, but they also achieve a decisive victory with the power to bestow boons on their fellow man. Now, there are some similarities between the actual hero's journey and Firdaus's journey. She does sacrifice herself for something bigger, which is her ideology and the belief that men are aggressive and violent and that women have power to basically destroy their oppressive regime. However, she relinquishes any kind of power and comes to no decisive victory under the eyes of the state. Now that we've established this act as anti-heroic and one of self-sacrifice, there are several male scholars who believe that, in fact, Firdaus has no autonomy after being arrested, and there was no way to avoid her execution, even though the book explicitly states that. Their main criticisms are that her opportunities of autonomy throughout her life before her death are wasted, and she has failed emancipatory efforts, meaning that, the execution. However, they believed also that she loses autonomy in totality when she chooses to die and is never going to be redeemed. And the autonomy that she had throughout her life, in fact, was used to oppress other women. What the male scholars in the study fail to acknowledge is that very fact, that though Firdaus is wrongfully imprisoned for self-defense, she continues to choose death. She has autonomy after she is arrested, none of her efforts are wasted, and things at the end of her life are calculated and planned. This entire novel, the entire trauma narrative, is a testament to that. Furthermore, this final act of choosing death reframed all of her memories. She has transcended her various roles and people's perception of her as an abused sex worker, a student, a secretary, where she had no control or agency. She then fears not the brutality of her society or her state, and finds the ultimate power in a villainous reputation rather than a reputation of helplessness and subservience, which even then is not totally her fault. So at the end of the book, we're left with a few questions. How do we see women who defy the state? Do we consider them anti-heroes because they do so in a way that includes violence? And is there a double standard towards men that do the same thing in the name of defying an oppressive regime, or women who are seen solely as murderers? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And that brings us to our second presentation. And this presentation is entitled Anomalies in Society, Origins of the Male Antihero, and is presented to you by Eileen Chen, Ying Chen, Antonia Lestariati, Marshura Mashabi, and Diana Rivera.
Hello everyone, my name is Ying. I'm with Eileen, Antonia, Mashura, and Diana. We will be presenting on Anomalies in Society, Origins of the Male Antihero. We'll be analyzing the novel The Blind Owl, written by Sadeh Hidayat. This is an Iranian novel set in the early 1900s. The novel follows the story of a pancakes painter who recounts his experiences and nightmares after the loss of his lover. It is later revealed that he is the one who killed her.
Our thesis is due to the influence of the marital norms in a patriarchal society, the narrator in The Blind Owl becomes an anti-hero as the tolerance of aggressive coping mechanisms, toxic masculinity, and objectifying male gaze justifies his violence. So, through a patriarchal lens, The Blind Owl explores rigid expectations imposed upon men and women, particularly within marriage. But to establish and examine The Blind Owl through a patriarchal lens, we must first define patriarchy. So patriarchy is a social construct in which men are considered superior to women and hold positions of dominance and control. Men are expected to assert dominance and control, while women are expected to be submissive and devoid of any autonomy. We must also understand the historical and cultural context of The Blind Owl. So The Blind Owl is set in the early 20th century Iran, and during this period, Iran was under the oppressive rule of the Reza Shah. The Blind Owl is said to reflect the political state during this time, which led to an atmosphere of insecurity. The solitude and reclusion that the narrator experiences can be read in political terms. When a person is afraid to talk to his friends, his wife, his colleagues, or anyone else, ultimately he can talk only to his shadow. The idea of male dominance persists throughout the novel and can be seen through the interactions between the male and female characters. When describing the relationship between the narrator's mother and uncle, the narrator mentions how his father and uncle had to undergo a trial to win the mother. This trial reflects how women are often commodified and treated as property to be owned and fought over, illustrating the dehumanization of women. Additionally, the fact that the trial is between the narrator's father and uncle suggests that these patriarchal norms are embedded in family structures and passed down, influencing the narrator's own perceptions and behaviors. In the novel, we see these marital norms being pushed onto the narrator, as there is an expectation that he should be a commanding and dominating husband, while his wife is to submit to his wishes. Although men are often in places of advantage in marriages in a patriarchal society, the narrator ends up in an unhappy marriage due to expectations of society.
We will now discuss how, when the narrator fails to act the way the husband is expected to act, his mental health suffers as he is riddled with shame and self-consciousness, enforcing his character as an anti-hero. First, some context on marital norms in Iran in the early 1900s. In a study on family dynamics in Iran, Dr. James F. Keller describes the traditional Iranian family as dominated by the male. They were expected to be able to support, provide for, or protect, and take responsibility for the women in their lives. The narrator fails to meet these expectations. When his wife becomes angry with him, the narrator desperately falls to his wife's feet, kissing the hem of her dress, weeping and coughing. Putting himself in a subordinate position by kneeling down, he does the opposite of what is expected of men. Because he doesn't meet society's expectations of how a man is supposed to act, he feels judgment from society, and as a result is riddled with self-consciousness. This is seen through an old man's grating laugh that fills the narrator with shame. This laughter is representative of constant feelings of judgment from society. This judgment causes him to have a negative attitude on life, stating, "I genuinely long to pass into oblivion and non-being." The narrator's deteriorating mental health elicits the reader's empathy towards the narrator, revealing he is also a victim of his situation and cannot be clearly identified as a full villain as he struggles through life. It is also indicative of how the impact of marital norms on the narrator's mental state will also have a significant impact on his violent actions later on in the novel, which Diana will now elaborate on.
To add on, we'll continue with the narrator's manners of coping grievances to violence. So the narrator's grievance was that he faced constant rejection from his wife despite being married. And we'll continue with a quote from my research. According to this, there is a difference between levels of aggression that men and women express. Male aggression and gender roles that become normalized in the patriarchal society, such as marital norms, enable men to resort to losing themselves to aggressive coping mechanisms. So what coping mechanisms does the narrator use? He does many things that would be considered unhealthy coping, but are the only ways that he can cope as a man in society. First up is substance intake. Drinking and smoking are seen as masculine activities in society, and at his lack of power, he progressively grows insane and physically ill to the point where opium is his prescribed medicine. This opium and wine are a remedy for his physical and emotional pains, which bring him to become reliant on them. His physical deterioration also led to his isolation. At first, he experiences exclusion because of rumors about his wife, and to avoid feeling ashamed at the face of mockery and damage to his ego, he resorts to isolation. As he becomes sick, he remains confined to his room. He is profoundly isolated from society, feeling disconnected and emotionally distressed due to a lack of support. Aggression is a result of all the emotions that build up. And this brings us to the next one. Resentment towards his wife. It emphasizes the impact that society can have on men and the drive towards violence, as resentment seems like a proper way to justify his failure. It leads to the murder of his wife, as society supports whatever justification and behaviors to maintain women at a status way below them. Since he could not express his desire for his wife to the fullest extent, frustration and a sense of powerlessness built up within him, he formed his aggressive impulses with intentions of asserting his control.
Desire and destruction, unraveling toxic masculinity and the objectifying male gaze. Toxic masculinity refers to societal norms, expectations involving masculinity that creates an environment where men are superior to others, leading to dominance, aggression, and violence, mainly to devalue women. Based on research, men often de-identify women and tend to remasculinize themselves to have control of their environment. The narrator, the blind elf, has a sense of emptiness and long for a deeper connection. Not meeting the societal expectations of a man, the narrator adopted toxic masculinity to remasculinize himself. How the narrator views women is shaped by these toxic ideals of what it means to be a man. The narrator describes himself as a hungry beast who desired love from his wife, but hated her. To him, love and hate were twins. This complicated relationship with his wife is due to his toxic masculine mindset, where lust takes over him and he views her as a prey. Love turns to destruction. In the story, the narrator obsesses over a mysterious woman and hopes she surrenders her body all to himself, and no one sees her. This suggests that the narrator desires to have control over the woman around him, demonstrating larger masculinity and acting aggressive, causing him to justify having control over a dead body. The male gaze is a concept that creates women in an objectifying manner to satisfy the needs of psychological needs of a man. Within the novel, the narrator fixates on the mysterious woman's beauty as his heat of passion leads him to sexualize her physical attributes.
Also, the narrator describes the woman as being torn from her husband's embrace. This shows the negative impact of the male gaze as he views her body as an object to possess. Tying back to toxic masculinity, where a woman's worth is based on her appearance and her role with her husband. Rather than building a healthy, emotional relationship with his wife, the narrator objectifies her and later goes on to kill her as a justified option, since his wife no longer satisfies his needs. Therefore, toxic masculinity and male gaze causes psychological distress and changes his perspective as the narrator tries to find his true identity and fixates over the threat to control his surroundings.
So just overall, the narrator provides and portrays himself in fear towards, sorry, am I really loud? Yeah, sorry. Okay. Where was I? Inferior towards both women in sections of the book and a man without identity, self-alienated, invisible, and just lost in places and time, which is why he feels as if his violence is justified, as seen in the first quote, saw her death through me, and death and destruction was more attractive to me. He sees violence as a means of just asserting himself, this control over the fragmented world, and attempting to find meaning in his inner suffering. If the allegory is taken under the focal point, it is viewed from the political one, speaking about the country the author was born in, Iran, going back to what Eileen said further. The woman in the story could be representation of the country being raped by everyone, and the protagonist unable to do a single action but to kill it. Iranian socialist Jalal al-Hamid mentioned how the book is a product of censorship and silence in the country during this era. As a member of society, we begin to reject reality and just live up to the nightmares we have, as they are the only things we, as humans possess. He spurs his thoughts, gory and dark, to the owl, quote unquote, which only normalizes the emotions he feels, ultimately playing a role as to how he carries himself for the rest of the world to see. People, as the protagonist is, are dreadful towards their friends, family, and even partners, and the mere frenemy is just a shadow to tell our non-linear stories to, similar to the owl and the blind owl. Thus, the tolerance of aggressive male coping mechanisms, toxic masculinity, and an objectifying male gaze in a patriarchal society is the basis of the development of the narrator as an anti-hero. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so that does leave us some time for some questions, but first, one last round of applause for both panelists. Thank you. So now what I want to do is open it up to questions, because we have a few minutes. So does anybody have any questions for either of the presenting groups? See a hand, I'm going to move up to it. What do you got?
How does the male anti-hero anomalous status intersect with other social identities, for example, race, class, and sexuality?
Did you got an understanding of the question?
Should you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so how does the male anti-hero intersect with other elements of their identity? Is that what you're looking at? Such as, Freddie, what were some of the other elements of identity you wanted to ask about?
So it's like race, class, and sexuality.
So do you notice anything, those compounding elements of identity beyond just male?
Well, we focused on our thesis text, The Blind Owl, which included the male character of the narrator. He is from Iran, and so we would say that the male identity, we focused on the male identity and we analyzed it by Iranian societal values. So we would say traditional values, cultural values, so like your cultural identity, that would intersect with your gender identity and whether you fit into this role as an anti-hero or not.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions for our groups? Any other questions? Remember, you can also ask about just the process, if you have any questions about that. Thanks, Ms. Levine.
I'll just yell, I don't even mind.
Yeah, you got it.
So my question is for you guys. So listening to each other's conversations, right? So one of them is about how women are justified in their violence, and one of them is about how, you know, society leads men to this. What do you think are, like, you know, just kind of how do you see your argument in relation to the other argument that was made during this day? Did it help you see anything about your argument based on the other arguments?
So I think that became clear, like, there's definitely a lot of similarities between our two arguments, especially with the question that was just asked about the intersections of various different parts of someone's identity beyond their gender, because for our character, race was not a large part of the story itself because it takes place in Egypt, but however, class was, because she was born into the working class, and she was also a woman. So I think something can be said about, you know, anti-heroes of color, or anti-heroes who are working class, et cetera, who are basically in any marginalized group, that are basically automatically considered anti-heroes for doing anything other than succumbing to their circumstances. So by, you know, being led to violence, or by choosing violence, regardless of how you want to perceive that, I think they will become anti-heroes, like their state will believe that they're anti-heroes, and we as the readers will believe that they're anti-heroes because they're doing things inherently anti-heroic. And kind of the question that we asked at like the end of our presentation about like how do we perceive male versus female anti-heroes who are basically doing the same thing for the same reason. I think there are definitely a lot of similarities in our argument in terms of, you know, like how their different parts of their identity like inform what they're actually doing.
I agree, and yesterday I saw this presentation that was big on perspective, so I would say that it's really that, because our text, the narrator, he's really introspective, so we get a really big insight on his thoughts and his thought process. So to him, murder was really justified, so he gave us plenty of reasons to actually feel for him and understand his, I guess, his situation and why he did it, despite knowing that obviously murder is not right. So I would say it depends on perspective and whose story you're following, because as you get to know a character, really you get to know them and you get to see that there's a lot behind their actions.
Very nice, thank you. Thanks for the question, Ms. Levine. Any other questions for our groups? Thanks.
So this is a question for like both groups. What made you choose the book that you chose? And like, was it your original choice?
Great question.
So this book was our original choice, and we knew we wanted to focus on kind of women in general as anti-heroes, and we kind of had trouble throughout the beginning of the process trying to figure out what aspect of that we wanted to focus on, and I think my other group members can speak on this, but what really drew me to the protagonist was like just the nuance of her actions, because like the way that she sees herself fluctuates throughout the entire novel. Like she sees herself as a criminal, and then she sees herself as doing something right, and then, you know, it's not just that black and white, like she considers both at the same time. And I think also, you know, the different theories of gender violence that we explored, the different kinds of research we did versus, you know, how, you know, women in the East are like orientalized or specifically seen as anti-heroes because, again, like I said before, they don't succumb to the circumstances, they try and break out of it, versus women in the West. How those two things are seen was very interesting to me. So I think we all had that consensus.
For us, initially we were reading the synopsis of the novel and found that the idea around it was cool, but after getting to know it, we realized that as a group full of women, we found it would be interesting to analyze a male anti-hero and his actions motivated by a patriarchal society as opposed to a female anti-hero. Thank you for the question.
Great, thank you so much. That is all the time we have for questions today, so a final round of applause for us. We really everybody. Job well done. And now it's time for you to return to your regularly scheduled programming. So if you want to head out to the exit. You just get rid of it. Yeah.
And you know what? I think it's over.
Remember thinking about it again? I will turn around. You do get a say.
Oh, well, I knew. But now I'm like, you know what?
Well, you kind of know how feel accomplishment in the fact that you did it.
So you have nothing to worry about. I feel really kind of.
Me complaining about spoilers was the thing I was I only got halfway through. I didn't know it was like not a class.
Not realizing that the podium tied our entire.
Yeah, you would have had it down there.
But I had it down now.
So basically, we FaceTimed my cousin to also have it. And I spent that entire
And it was funny because I was sitting next to her and the kids were talking about Kill Bill and she's like, well, obviously we have to miles with the Suicide Squad movie, like, we're so I'm like, this just proves their point.
It does prove it.
Yes. Exactly. And Harley Quinn is like, although the male days and every, like,
Although Harley Quinn animated series, I don't know if you guys see it, phenomenal. But like that
yeah,
one,
but does
like,
it make more money
but
than
I'm
the
willing to
Joker?
bet,
No.
not the Joker, but I wonder among animated series how it does given Trent
That whole freaking scene is, no. Thank you. I couldn't move on. I feel like so in Endgame when you have like most female women, the fanboys, they were like, oh my god, was this there? Like that Captain America. Captain Marvel. Sorry, wrong Captain Well, I'm thinking Star Wars end of Star Wars with number 9 or 8. But with all the confusion along with it, people were like, oh,
The only thing I didn't like about that endgame thing, it was very like, it was like a last minute theme. Like, this is what you want, women in this team. And I was like, you know what I love? Like a female character that's not robbed of her femininity in every way, and she still feels strong. Because if you think about even the characters that you have, like I went home and like my friend was like, why? Like, you can't be female characters, you be alien. And like, I was like, alive into being a part of that. She has to be robbed of some of her femininity. In order to start I don't know enough about, but you could do a whole analysis.
and then she is the villain. Yes. Although I love that. Let's see you guys.
Oh, really? Probably. What about bands? 2 or 3?
I never ordered from here, but if it's all my time, kids are ordering food. It's so weird.
Sit down and work out. Are we doing it in order? Am I included? I know, but
Yes.
oh, this is a big moment.
He was like, didn't you do it for the you know? Like, this is what happens in ordering.
This is where everyone works. I don't know, I just always get I always get it's like a size of the it's the size where I always like, I eat half, and like, do I want more? And then I'm like always thinking about scoring the second half or saving it, and then I end up eating half the second. Yeah, well, I hope you guys are going to meet tomorrow.
Yeah, we're pretty good. So I want to buy it.
What was your question?
Oh, I got the plastic chicken. So like, come on, you can't go wrong.
Does that sound good?
Sit over there.
What do you think?
I'm like, But I'm like, is it from a character fantasy? They were making the comparisons to the nerd. Yeah, so like doing the comparisons to But I'm like, is it from a character? Or just not the nerd? Like, I do so dirty. But she's a female agent. No, they were saying that they didn't even bring up. They were just talking about that one scene with the nerd. They were like, look, gives me so much more money versus from a young woman than this. And I was like, that feels like a stretch, you know? Because it's just, that would be the only way. It's and having to watch the director, like, yeah, it's a lot of right,
Feeling a little lighter today after the grade deadline. Say again. Well, yeah. I have about a month. Yeah, dude, done. For the cost. By far the orders of magnitude the least pleasant.
He was very street.
Yeah, no, we just came right away.
Get the picture. If you don't get the picture first, you
I think I saw him leaving campus as I was coming in, and he was wearing like these dark jeans. And he was just like very flat hands, very good. Yeah, I was hoping to.
Yes, this is how that would
give some college
versus this.
And mostly although I have some my elective. I don't know. I mean, the grad part is a funny one because I feel like you're seeing a lot of pandemic or hangovers. Like these are the kids who.
And I couldn't even understand college. But like, I should have, especially my program, every class is required.
So, like, there are no choices.
There are no choices. These are the classes you have to take. It's listed.
Yeah, no, like I have students who like even as I was saying that just now, I was like, I'm sympathizing. Yeah. When I think of horrible human beings,
Okay, so we need to take all available seats. We might run out of space here. So fill in each row. And then if the rows are filled with pockets of seats. Seniors in the back, if you could move all the way to the right, then we'll just fill in those left-hand seats. So seniors in the back 2 rows, just move over to your left, my right. All seniors in the back, 3 rows, move over. Fill in every available seat.
That's like one thing that I realized, like, it's like who have it on the generational level. Anyone who wants to take it. And like,
Okay, we are ready to begin. Stand 4. If you don't have the program, get the QR code right up here, or it's printed on the walls, or right up here. And this is stand for the panel is Devils, Art, and Outsiders. And Mr. McDonough will be the host. So welcome, Mr. McDonough.
Hello, everybody. You're about to see two wonderful presentations. Keep in mind, each one is 10 minutes long, and months of research and reading and collaboration has gone into it. So a lot of work. You honor your classmates by just, listening, looking at them, and having a pleasant expression on your face. It gives them confidence up here. Afterwards, there'll be a short Q&A session, all right? So think some questions you might like to ask. It could be explicitly about their texts, maybe any connections you see between the presentations. Also, it's always good to ask about process, like how did you get that idea? Why did you read this book? Because it's an interesting process. So anyway, without further ado, our first presentation will be The Anti-Hero in a Metafictional World, examining interactions of artistic creation and authority in Kurt Vonnegut's Cat's Cradle. And up giving the presentation will be Michael Bavia, Jeremy Fernandez, and Harshdeep Singh.
There is more to a story than its storyline, more to a story than its form as a representative account of a seemingly objective reality. Good morning, all. My name is Michael.
My name is Harshdeep. My name is Jeremy.
And today we'll be flipping fiction on its head by examining the anti-hero in Cat's Cradle, placing focus on the act underlying the creation of such art. In our study, we'll be asking a different kind of literary question. Not who or what is the story about, but rather by whom is the story written. To begin answering this convoluted question, we need the audience's help to find our book's first author. May everyone in the audience please look under your seats. Under one audience's member seat is a physical copy of Cat's Cradle. If you find the book, please stand up.
I can't bounce it.
Now, please read the author's name found on the front cover. Yes, Kurt Vonnegut is indeed one of the authors. Now, the search for the remaining writers continues into the novel and beyond.
Kurt Vonnegut's science fiction satire, Cat's Cradle, follows writer John as he novelizes the 1945 atomic bombing, which he refers to as the day the world ended. Though John begins only innocently sharing his research process, he witnesses that what his clever book title teases ultimately becomes realized. John's investigation acquaints him with Dr. Felix Honecker, the epitome of pure scientific research. The three Honecker children, Angela, Frank, and Knut, each inherit a slice of their father's deadly iced nine, as well as his bloody legacy. John later finds himself on the island of San Lorenzo, whose impoverished inhabitants are all devotees of Bokononism, a religion with soothing, unfiltered scriptures. During a ceremony on the island, a plane crash triggers a landslide that takes apart the castle and fragments of Ice 9 with it into the sea. Within seconds, all the water in the world freezes.
Our thesis requires us to construct the following link chain. First, we will prove that at the heart of metafictional writing is the fragility of the author's identity. Then we will demonstrate that through metafiction, authors effectively relinquish preordained claims to omniscience. We showcase the nuances of the author's dilemma as it unfolds in the book's self-reflexive narrative. In the end, we conclude that authorship does not signify heroism, on account that authorship itself is void of any true authority. This brings us to our final thesis. True heroism recognizes that the purpose of art and fiction is to help individuals accept reality and bring change on a personal level. To this, the anti-hero is blind. To the anti-hero, to write is to exude authority.
Our analysis begins by uncovering the source of metafiction, the fragility of the author's identity. The author's identity is fragile because it is symbolic of the duty that Vonnegut carries in reshaping society via his literature. Professors at the University of Jordan argue that writing is construed as a heroic act that seems to challenge the innocence of the author's identity. But that expectation of societal transformation is not the only thing that hounds Vonnegut. Professors at the University of Tehran argue that under postmodern conditions, using writing as a medium of societal transformation is near impossible because the object of opposition is not readily identifiable.
Thus, writers like Vonnegut turn inwards into their own medium of expression and examine the process of making a world, examine the process of making what others consider a reality. What we observe in works like Vonnegut is his entry into his own text to, number one, construct a coherent enough world, and number two, avoid the lofty duty of criticizing the status quo. In other words, we see the use of metafiction, or the internal questioning of artistic authority. Metafiction knowingly lays bare the conventions of fiction and self-consciously challenges the boundary between the text and the world. Specifically, metafiction comments on the process of producing fiction. And because the author facilitates this commentary by inserting himself into the very text, he no longer holds a godlike authority over his writing. By relinquishing almost all claims to omniscience, Vonnegut puts a stake in readers' tendencies to entrust authors with diagnosing and treating a presumably objective world.
Here we may draw our attention to the narrator John's authorship, on display towards the novel's end. We learn in chapter 1 to 23 that the book we're on the verge of finishing, as readers outside John's fictional world, existed as the book within the narrative itself. John revealed that within 6 months he had finished this book, which comes after the release of Ice 9, which ends all life on Earth. The anti-hero flaw becomes apparent in John. During a time where the world is destroyed, John insists on writing a book, and does so. The book is arguably meaningless because all life is gone. As an anti-hero, John holds a misguided view of writing, the same view that gave birth to Vonnegut's anxiety. Specifically, John mistakes that writing elevates the author to assume a heroic role.
John not only needlessly writes the book, but even considers a possible rise to fame. Vonnegut seems to argue that any author who believes that they should write to change the world is missing out on true heroism, the ability to alter one's personal approach to crisis and chaos. Vonnegut's John lacks this quality when he completely disregards his role in bringing about the destruction of the world. As an anti-hero, he entertains his personal flaws through artistic creation. He likens his authorship to authority and absolves himself of his role in bringing about the world's demise.
The anti-hero's flaw sets the stage for metafiction, the very style that empowers Vonnegut to escape his preordained heroic authority. Vonnegut makes no claim to unfettered command by deferring to John as the book's author. John seems to carry this authority and with it destroys the world. But even more interesting, however, consistently in his narrative, John defers to Bokonon, the founder of the island's religion. In the book's final chapter, John approaches Bokonon and asks him what he is thinking, signaling that to a degree, Bokonon, not John, is the book's true authority. Bokonon replies to John, revealing that he is searching for the final sentence to conclude his books. The same anti-heroic dilemma reappears. Bokonon, like John, insists on writing, although what it produces will be meaningless with all life gone. The very last words of John's book, the same book we've been reading, are the same last words in the book of Bokonon.
The stacking of deference to multiple authors can be described as a multi-layered metafiction, whereby the interrelatedness of reading and writing is on display when Vonnegut produces John, who writes the story we read, by also reading what Bokonon writes. The multi-layeredness allows all three authors to realize the flaws behind their approach to writing. As anti-heroes, they misinterpret artistic creation to mean authority, and mistake that authority for heroism. Ultimately, none of these figures hold ultimate authority over the novel. Through the text's metafictionality, it is arguable that the real world is the same. It is without any true authority. In Cat's Cradle, neither the story nor the reality produced would exist without Vonnegut, John, or Bokanon.
Yet there is still value in artistic creation, in the illusions authors confer to us readers. In the words of Professor Todd McGowan, the artistic illusion carries the spectator to a truth, the truth of the infinite power, the infinite nature of the subject's power. The subject has the ability to transcend the world that conditions it, but it can only achieve this transcendence with the help of the magic contained in an artistic illusion.
In the fictional and real world, reality is a product of an interlacing of our individual approaches to life, whereas the anti-hero absolves himself of individual responsibility by assuming authority through art and fiction. True heroism is marked by individual transformation and awareness in the midst of an absurd world. Art helps us to accept reality and at the same time brings us to affect change on a personal level. Thank you all for listening, and these are our works cited slides.
Ooh, nice job, man. Next, coming up to the podium, we have Dr. Faustus and the effects of devilish dualism. Walking up our Parisa Alam, Taza Maisha, Samia Kaznan, and Joy Zhang, please give the doctors a nice round of applause.
My name is Parisa Alam. I'm Tazdin.
I'm Samiha. And I'm Joy. And our topic is devilish dualism. Through our presentation, we plan to show how negative duality, or the rejection of duality in anti-heroes, catalyzes moral ambiguity and their eventual downfall, which further highlights the importance of embracing both the good and bad aspects of human nature.
Our thesis text is Dr. Faustus by Christopher Morales. Dr. Faustus is a scholar who is well versed in theology, philosophy, medicine, and law. Despite gaining so much knowledge and respect from the people around him, he begins to feel dissatisfied. Frustrated with mortal limitations, he makes a deal with one of the devils in the story, Mephistopheles, where he sells his soul in exchange for power in the form of Mephistopheles granting whatever Faustus desires for 24 years. At the end of this 24-year period, however, Faustus is ultimately punished and taken to hell for going beyond mortal limitations.
To start off, let's explore a question we aim to investigate. How can an individual sustain multiple parts of their personalities without deviating from their morality? In other words, how can one avoid anti-heroic traits and behaviors while balancing their dual nature? First of all, we have to define the word collective unconscious. Collective unconscious is the shared reservoir of psychological experiences exchanged throughout cultures. And archetypes are just simply the methods by which the collective unconscious is expressed. In our presentation, we will focus on the shadow and devil archetype. The shadow archetype is created by Carl Jung, and it is the unconscious portion of the personality that a person wishes to ignore or repress to maintain their self-image. In the book Dr. Faustus, his shadow is his desire for knowledge and power, which causes him to repress his morality and the awareness of human limitations. Dr. Faustus has to accept it as a shadow and integrate with the self in order to carefully surpass traditional knowledge. He must acknowledge the fact that humans have certain limitations and can never reach the godlike powers he's striving for. Next, when you hear the word devil, what comes to mind? Typically, people think of the words malice, greed, temptation, and evilness. The devil archetype, similarly, is the manifestation of the shadow, and it is portrayed by Mephistopheles, who symbolizes Faustus's overreaching greed and temptations. Mephistopheles symbolizes Faustus's overreaching greed and temptations, and he provides him the power to fight against societal constraints. Mephistopheles gives Faustus the power to defy against society, and at this point, Faustus has achieved everything he desires: fame, power, and recognition. The devil archetype is especially dangerous because Faustus doesn't realize that Mephistopheles represents his destruction. Rather, he only views him as an instrument to achieving his goals. This encourages the inflation of his hubris, and he is unaware how he exchanged his morality to sanctify.
Before we continue, let's define dualism. It is the division of two opposed or contrasted aspects, or the state of being so divided. In anti-heroes, dualism is seen in their morally gray characters, having both villainous and hero characteristics. They often make decisions blurring the lines of good and bad. In Faustus, we see this through his ambition, intelligence, and resilience, which paints him as a hero, while his selfish desires and ambiguous morality paint him as a villain. The specific dualism we focus on is the pursuit of knowledge versus the pursuit of salvation.
Ultimately, an anti-hero is created from a sense of conflict. In trying to achieve their end goals, they might have good intentions, but in realizing said goals, they might execute their plan in an unjust or wanton manner. These qualities are very apparent to Faustus' journey. His end goal is to achieve a total understanding of the universe through the pursuit of knowledge. However, the powers of temptation and his own hubris lead him to a path of corruption and eventually his downfall. And so, in order to analyze the nature of Faustus' duality, we must look at his main motivator, the pursuit of knowledge. In his pursuit, we see an initial divide between rationalism versus irrationalism. And rationalism is defined as the theory that reason, rather than experience, is the foundation of certainty in knowledge, whereas irrationalism can be defined as the opposite. A lack of mental clarity or thorough judgment leads to arbitrary and dogmatic decisions. This all traces back to Faustus' almost narcissistic personality and his lack of faith in the ambiguity of the world. His desire to search for knowledge through an extreme form of rationalism is a sign of his unwillingness to accept the confines of reality and human knowledge, almost as if it were a defense mechanism against the fact that we as humans can never truly know everything. And it eventually leads to irrationalism and the moral decay of his character.
Delving into morality, every individual has a moral compass that guides their decision-making process. In the same way that a compass always points north, an individual's moral compass always points them in the direction of what is the most virtuous decision. This is known as true north. But like how a directional compass can lose true north in the presence of large amounts of iron or steel, an individual's moral compass can also lose true north depending on the people that individuals surround themselves with. This broken moral compass is a defining trait of the anti-hero. But why are our moral compasses affected by the people around us? The answer lies in the understanding that humans are social creatures that rely on positive social interactions with others in order to remain in groups and to survive. So if someone is surrounded by people who think and act immorally, their own morals will move away from true north in order for them to fit in. This is known as social morality, or the belief that society dictates morality. With this in mind, we can see how Faustus' moral compass is shifted away from true north as he interacts with two of his friends, Valdes and Cornelius. At one point, Valdes encourages Faustus to learn about magic, saying, "As Indian Moors obey their Spanish lords, so shall the spirits of every element be always serviceable to us three." Faustus surrounds himself with negative influences like Valdes and Cornelius, and he places Valdes and Cornelius in the same social category as him, because they are all high-achieving, upper-class individuals. By placing them in the same social category as him, he becomes blind to the immorality of desiring to be as powerful as Spanish lords, or the immorality of even referring to other humans as lords. In fact, by spending time with Valdes and Cornelius, Faustus begins to see his previously repressed desires for forbidden knowledge, power, and magic as not only something that is normal to seek out, but something that he is meant to seek out. This pushes him towards immoral behavior and makes him a more morally ambiguous character. By trying to fit in with people who encourage him to let his repressed desires overpower him, and who encourage him to lose true north on his moral compass, Faustus also loses the chance to understand where his repressed desires really come from, and to use that knowledge to improve his life.
Our idea of positive duality comes from Alison Milligan's paper, Positive Duality in the Picture of Dorian Gray, where she explains that by embracing both the good and bad aspects of one's nature, it can lead to greater opportunities. To demonstrate this, we use Megamind. His dualistic battle is between being the hero or the villain of his story. However, he chooses to embrace both, using his villainous ingenuity and his heroism to become the hero of Metro City, which gives him a better quality of life.
Through this logic, we coined our own term, negative duality, and we define it as the rejection of an individual, typically an anti-hero's dual nature, by suppressing or denying it, which ultimately leads to greater harm.
We see Faustus reject his religious side to pursue his intellectual pursuits. Through this, we see the evolution of a well-meaning scholar become morally corrupted by power, further solidifying his role as an anti-hero.
To sum everything up, by rejecting his shadow archetype and embracing the devil archetype, Faustus developed a skewed moral compass, which results in his anti-heroic traits and morally ambiguous actions leading to his demise. We will end the presentation on this note. The only way to not become the devil is to realize that somewhere in us there already is one, waiting to say hello.
Wow, those were great presentations, like truly amazing. All right, so we have time for a few questions. So let me, panel, take this, and you can share it amongst yourselves. Audience members, let's get them hands up for some questions. All right, who's back there?
For the first group, can I ask what drew you to the metafiction concept?
Yes, so what drew us to the metafictional concept was the Vonnegut's unique style. So one thing we noticed while we were reading his novel, but also while we were exploring research, is that embedded within the narrative that he writes, the narrative that we were reading by him, is other artistic creations, other pieces of writing, and even a painting that we, according to our research, those serve as a commentary on the process of metafiction.
Done? All right. I can't see, I don't get facial cues over here, podium in the way. All right, another question, here we go.
So this is like another question for like the first group. So while you were reading Cat's Cradle, what made you feel so interested that this book would be fit into the topic of the anti-hero?
So our approach to the anti-hero was unique because rather than looking at the anti-hero within the actual narrative, because we were applying the metafictional, because we were looking at the metafictional status of the text, it was essentially the anti-hero versus the hero on the level of authorship. And so, for example, we expressed that the anti-hero existed as the version of an author who writes for the purpose of exuding authority. And this character exists within Vonnegut's book. So you have John, you have Bokanon, individuals who use writing as an instrument to assert their power. And so our anti-hero, standing in contrast to the hero, the underlining element is the intention of the writer. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the cue. All right, another question, please. All right.
Hi, for the second group, I got some notes written down, but you talk about how with social morality, how that basically, with Dr. Faustus being around the other characters, it like negatively impacted him, causing in your term of negative duality. And so do you think in terms of like anti-heroes in general, having that social morality affecting them and how it makes them think. Do you think that is like the leading cause of like others like losing themselves and leading to this morally gray anti-hero?
Yeah, I think that from our research we found that social norms have a huge impact on the way that everyone behaves. Even people who are typically seen as heroes or the other way around, they are impacted by the norms of the society that they live in. So if you're in a classroom and you're a student, you're obviously going to be, you're not going to interrupt or anything like that. And so that's on a smaller scale, but on a larger scale with anti-heroes in general, they are also heavily impacted by the negative influences in their lives. And you can see that through Faustus and his friends, as I mentioned in my presentation, but also with like Megamon, we can see how in his story he's not inherently a bad person, but it's just that he is surrounded by other people who encourage him to let his repressed desires for like evil and to be all powerful and all knowing. They encourage him to let that take over. So, like in short, yes, social norms and all that have a huge impact on how we behave and how everyone interacts.
Thank you. Thank you. We have time for one more question. Question from the audience. Process makes where? All right.
My question is, do you think if Faust didn't have like those influences in his life, could he have like ended up like Megamind and like used the shadow inside of himself to like benefit the world in some way?
Yeah, we think that initially Faust did have good intentions in trying to just attain like all the worldly knowledge. However, he did get like badly influenced, but I mean, I guess like if he was like Megamind, like he did find some sort of salvation, sure, like he could like use that knowledge for like, you know, an ultimately like greater good. And yeah.
I feel like in the end, it was his own decision because he let the devil archetype influence him. He's the one who made the decision to sign the pact with the devil. He's the one who chose to let the power and greed overtake him. So in the end, even though he was definitely influenced by his society, he also played a key role in his own destruction.
Also adding on, he did have like multiple chances to repent from God, and he every single time from his internal conflict, he always chose like the temptation and like his deeper desires, and he always like followed the devil's path in the end.
Great. We have a little bit of time, so I'm going to ask a question for a response from each group, right? I'm going to ask to share one challenge and one surprise about this whole process.
So I'll start off with the challenge. I think the biggest challenge was moving away from the conventional way of analyzing literature, right? Because typically we're taught that you kind of analyze a character, you look at a theme, and you look at the plot of the story. Now this was a completely different approach to looking at our book, because we were now analyzing the process of making that work of art, and that's called metafiction. And so that was the biggest challenge, actually understanding and grasping what was happening in the book that would qualify as metafiction. And then obviously the biggest surprise was being able to actually become aware of the metafictional elements in the book. And so we went from looking at a painting that could serve as a form of metafiction to the very book that we read, Cat's Cradle, as we said in the presentation, was written in the actual narrative. So it exists in this dual way. And so this is very surprising that an author could sort of put together these thoughts to not only make a commentary on the world, but also make a commentary on the art of creating a piece of writing.
Okay, so we'll start with the challenge as well. So I think our biggest challenge in this was just getting the courage to come up on stage and present our thesis, because we're not really used to public speaking. speaking, and it was also just to, the challenge was to just garner all the texts and find a common theme amongst them, as we chose a specific theme of, the pursuit of knowledge, however for morally gray reasons. And also we wanted to analyze the deal with the double trope, which originated from Dr. Faustus, and look at it throughout time. So our other texts were Death Note, for example, that is a modern day example of this trope. And we found that one of the best parts of this was actually just finding more deeper meaning behind these texts and seeing the similarities between something that's almost more than 500 years old and something that's 20 years old.
Beautiful, great responses, everybody. Please give a nice round of applause to our panelists. Great job. And now is the time for you all to go back to class. Please exit stage left, everybody. Thank you for the great audience. Take care.
college class. Is that what you do in a college class? Let's do pose. I like that. Ready? Yeah. Oh, I can fit the rest of you. Up to Harrison. Cheese. Matt. Yay! Of course. I can do it a bit. Bro, I didn't know that. I thought it was like Matt was like, it's so big. It's just crazy. Just use the desk controller. Oh yeah, are you pretend you're in a lecture hall? Like, alright, we'll do two. Pose, and then like you're thinking in this. You're always thinking. Ready? Pose. Cheese it. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Okay, now you're watching your presentation. Yeah. Oh, that's good. The art is. Oh, the funny part is not according to their faces. Then they would be looking at the class. That's the extent of my well, my class got, oh yeah. My class got separated, and then when the game happened, they came late. I got where were you? Morella. With Michael and
We're just testing. You keep talking. Be loud. You gotta like practice your, how close your face you are.
You don't have to.
Hello.
Yes.
That's to say this is actually possible.
I heard horror. Yeah, I'll be there.
4:31, you said, right? Thank you.
Okay, we are ready to begin. So, thank you all for coming. Welcome to Band 5. Band 5 of Panel 4, actually. You skip a band, but anyway. This is a special panel. You're witnessing history here, so I want to shout out two things. First is, this is the 10th annual Symposium, if you need the program. QR code right there. When we started this 10 years ago, our idea was that we would do this with Townsend Harris at Queens College, but also invite other Queens schools. Last year, we kind of took a huge step forward with that goal. We invited a lot of schools to watch, and then we said, watch and then come back and join us and present. So most schools watched. One school actually presented last year. They were the first ones. They are here. Infotech High School is here, so give them a round of applause. They presented for the first time, so they were the first blue schools to present beyond us. And then they came back a second year, so that's a big deal. And then there were the schools that watched, and we were like, you can watch this year, but we want you to commit to next year. And what we have right now during this panel is one of the schools that came back, and that's Veritas Academy. Give them a round of applause. So they not only come back with a number of their students to see what this is like, but they've brought their first group of presenters, and what we hope is a long line of presenters from Veritas Academy. So I'm going to introduce them now. They're going to be our first presentation for this panel. The panel is called Patriarchy, Names, and Anti-Heroes. I'll put their names up there so you can see it as I read them. So our first group is the Veritas Academy group. That is Samantha Alor, Jenna Greenberg, Gabriela Rios, Catherine Rivera, Annette Celestianto, and Tina Wang. So please give them a very, very
Good morning. My name is Samantha Alor. My name is Gabriela Rios. My name is Tina Wang.
My name is Annette Celestianto.
My name is Jenna Greenberg.
And my name is Catherine Rivera.
And first off, we would like to thank Townsend Harris for hosting us and giving us the opportunity to present our topic, the toxic world of femininity. Our presentation on anti-heroes details the pressure society sets for women, especially in terms of homosocial interactions. In order to strive towards any sense of power or achievement, women are told to do what it takes, even at the expense of humiliation of another. Essentially, not being a girl's girl. In history, most positions in higher power involve the male sex, as women are often put off to the sidelines, forced to engage with and promote male success as the greatest good. As a result of a society that promotes male superiority and female dependency, women are forced into a civil battleground, encouraged to compete with one another for the attention and love of a man. But at what cost? Societal restrictions ultimately bind women to the single title of wife, fostering female insecurity of their own heroic potential, which in turn pressures women to desperately fight with one another for the slightest chance of securing their future.
But first, what is an anti-hero? An anti-hero is a character within a narrative that lacks traditional heroic qualities, such as morality and generosity. Instead, an anti-hero may display traits of selfishness, malevolence, and immorality. These traits may derive from the character's realistic motivations, rough circumstances, or more, making them almost deserving of sympathy despite their disagreeable actions and characteristics. In a way, anti-heroes reflect the real world due to their complexity being similar to that of real humans. Examples of anti-heroes include include Walter White from Breaking Bad and Mackenzie from Dark Diaries. However, how does this definition of anti-hero relate to toxic femininity? Toxic femininity is a form of internalized misogyny. It includes the exaggerated adherence to stereotypically feminine behaviors with the intent of appealing to men. This can be shown in women through their acts of manipulation, criticism of other women's appearances, and more. As a result of this, toxic femininity often leads to female intersexual competition as it pits women against each other, creating conflict and disunity. The women who engage in this competition do so with malicious desperation, causing them to express the worst qualities of themselves, like selfishness and bitterness.
But how does toxic femininity relate to our thesis? The concept of the term ties into the big ideas. Am I wrong? The concept of the term ties into the big ideas you see above. We will discuss the causes and effects of toxic femininity, which are summarized through our big ideas, starting with the cause. The cause of toxic femininity is the demanding conventional environment that calls for female dependency on the male counterpart. For many years, women have fulfilled society's expectations by maintaining the role of wife and caregiver in traditional households, relying on their husbands to financially support them and their families by working. They are made to believe that to live a good life is to find love and have children, though in order to attain that good life, they will have to compete with other women for their chosen man. This leads to the effects of toxic femininity, as this type of environment fosters hate, resentment, envy, and other negative emotions within women. Pressure to use whatever means necessary to eliminate their competition and achieve a male lover. Women will use backhanded methods, such as gossip and belittlement, as an attempt to ensure their own success at the expense of other women's well-being and success. This creates a social divide among women, as these cruel acts of sabotage causes further conflict and hostility in the female world. In fact, this social divide is illustrated in multiple forms of media, such as Barbie and the Dream House, celebrities in media, and Pride and Prejudice.
An example that illustrates our topic is Barbie Life in the Dream House. The characters within the animated motion comic series can be listed as Raquel, Barbie, and Ken. Throughout the entire Barbie cinematic franchise, Raquel is painted as a villain. Can she be better described as an anti-hero? In all of the Barbie movies and shows, Barbie is painted as a transcendent character. She's a character that's advertised as being anything and doing anything. This strategy was to attempt to leverage young female aspirations, but where does that leave Raquel? Raquel was also as aspirational as Barbie and believed in the same ideals as her. But she was still portrayed to be the villain throughout the entire cinematic franchise. Raquel's decisions of bringing Barbie down as a female stemmed from jealousy. Raquel wanted Ken because she wanted to be like Barbie. So Raquel can be an illustrated example of an anti-hero due to the fact that she sought out validation and that she can also be anything and do anything.
All celebrities will always be involved in some kind of drama, whether that be their Air One order or an outfit that doesn't match this year's theme at the Met Gala. However, the most prevalent type of drama within the celebrity community is relationship drama, specifically when it involves two women and a man. Take a look at the situation between Sabrina Carpenter, Olivia Rodrigo, and Joshua Bassett. Being such a popular couple, Joshua Bassett and Olivia Rodrigo's breakup spread fast. Weeks after the breakup, videos of Sabrina Carpenter and Joshua Bassett being together began to surface on the internet, causing many fans to speculate their relationship. Sides were immediately set into place when Olivia Rodrigo dropped her hit album, Sour, hinting the majority of the songs towards the Bassett and Carpenter situationship, specifically the song Driver's License. Not long after, Sabrina Carpenter dropped a few songs that were assumed to be a response towards the songs Olivia wrote. Are you on #Team Olivia or #Team Sabrina? People would rather be involved in celebrities' lives rather than minding their business and letting them be. Popularity created these sides, automatically pitting these women against each other. Still, who is exactly at fault?
novel Pride and Prejudice also perfectly illustrates toxic femininity and female competition by incorporating these themes and social interactions between the female characters within the novel. An instance of this is the antagonistic role Caroline Bingley plays in the relationship between Elizabeth Bennet and Mr. Darcy. But first, let's talk about the world the novel is set in. But first, sorry. But first, let's talk about the world the novel is set in. In the world of the novel, set during the Regency era from 1811 to 1820, women cannot inherit family assets, nor can they work, forcing them to rely on marriage with a well-off man in order to not only live comfortably, but to survive with shelter, food, and other basic necessities. Growing up in a wealthy family as a woman, Caroline has no choice but to marry a man of her social standing in order to maintain the livelihood she's had for her entire life, that man being Mr. Darcy. Therefore, she goes out of her way to degrade Elizabeth's image in front of him as a way to make him think less of her, on top of elevating her own image, her Caroline. Furthermore, she does this in front of other people, including Elizabeth herself, most likely in an attempt to lower her self-esteem and confidence with humiliation and shame. As you can see here, I must confess that I never could see any beauty in her. Her face is too thin, her complexion has no brilliancy, and her features are not at all handsome. She says this in front of Mr. Darcy. She also says, "She did indeed, Louisa. I could hardly keep my countenance. Very nonsensible to come at all. Why must she be scampering about the country because her sister has a cold? Her hair so untidy, so blousy." This is said directly in front of Elizabeth and another character named Louisa. I'm so sorry. As shown in the quotes above, she verbally criticizes and belittles Elizabeth's low social status, mannerisms, as well as appearance near Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth herself, and others for the reasons aforementioned. She employs these selfish acts of hostility to ensure her own attainment of basic needs, such as shelter, before achieving her lifestyle of comfortable luxuries. Despite how disagreeable her actions may be, the motivations that drive those actions are ultimately reasonable and even deserving of sympathy to a certain degree. Given the social circumstances that bind and constrict her, she still tries to guarantee a hopeful future herself with what little power she has as a woman.
Society is consistent in making sure women go against each other. It is undeniably entertaining as we witness the situation through novels, cartoons, and even celebrities. As a result, because this is entertainment, it accumulates the problem even more, creating a toxic relationship between women and their perspective towards one another.
As mentioned earlier, toxic femininity refers to the uncivil characteristics exhibited by some women as a way to defend themselves from traditional values. It is important to recognize toxic femininity because it will help women to feel more connected to others, allow for societal unity. In being aware and recognizing toxic femininity, it will cause women to empower and uplift other women and men instead of going against each other, allowing success for the community collectively. It will allow women to appreciate and love themselves for their true qualities instead of seeking validation from society to make up for it. Also, it will help stop categorizing other women into degrading groups based on stereotypes created by society and the media, such as pick-me girls, which originates from TikTok. Women are put into those categories to mock or humiliate them for their desires for male validation. Therefore, being cautious of toxic femininity and its negative impacts on society can put an end to circumstances like the disrespect shown between women and society and the constant comparison between celebrities. So this is the bibliography and the work cited. And thank you guys.
Great job. Thank you very much. All right, let's get our next group. Thank you. Next group up is going to be, we'll hear from another 19th century love story. This one will be Wuthering Heights. So it is Emma Chang, Kaylin Chen, Karen Lin, and Victoria Stauska. Give them a round of applause.
Good morning, students and faculty of the 2024 Symposium. My name is Kaylin.
My name is Emma.
My name is Karen. My name is Victoria. And today we'll be delving into patriarchy, names, and anti-heroes through the lens of fairy tales and Gothic literature, bringing us to our presentation, In the Name of Love, the fine line between heroism and anti-heroism in Wuthering Heights. I'm sure we're all familiar with the classic fairy tale Beauty and the Beast. The character Beauty is this obviously beautiful young woman. Now, who here knows the real name of the character Beauty? Correct. Well, if you're not familiar with this name, after listening to this song, you should be. In this clip, we'll be showing the villagers' perception of beauty. As you can tell, the characterization of Beauty is immediately ingrained into the minds of audience members, depicting her as beautiful inside and out. Now, who here knows the real name of the character Beast? Anybody just shout it out? That's actually incorrect. So, this is probably because unlike your typical prince, Beast is never officially given a name. The Beast is only known as Beast, and he's portrayed as ugly with an exterior that corresponds with his aggressive and temperamental personality. Similar to the Beast, the name of the protagonist in our thesis text, Wuthering Heights, defines his nature. The name Heathcliff was actually coined by Emily Bronte for the novel and is now commonly associated with characters of mischief and deviance. In fact, a 1984 TV series called Heathcliff and the Cadillac Cats follows the adventures of a deviant and mischievous orange cat. Sorry, one moment. Heathcliff is adopted by the Earnshaw family and given the name of a son that died in childhood. When breaking down his name into Heath and Cliff, we assess that in the word Heath comes the term heathen, which refers to a non-believer, which is a particularly scandalous position in this time period where the church was a ruling social institution. Heathcliff is immediately characterized by the same otherness as he is of a darker skin color and an unknown lineage. Therefore, he is often described as devilish and satanic. We can also see the establishment of his otherness in the fact that it, in this quote, refers to Heathcliff. It's as dark, almost as if it came from the devil. Moreover, Heathcliff is never given the last name Earnshaw. Therefore, he lacks the same sense of belonging and status that he would have with the family name. Once again, Heathcliff is othered on the basis of his namesake.
This brings us to question, what significance does naming truly hold in the context of characters, literature, and society? In Wuthering Heights, the author Emily Bronte uses proper names or the lack thereof as a means of perpetuating societal expectations. The story centers around the infamously tragic love between Heathcliff and his lover, Catherine Earnshaw, following his adoption into the Earnshaw family and into their home, Wuthering Heights. While Heathcliff's new brother, Hindley, resents Heathcliff and eventually abuses his power as head of the house to degrade Heathcliff, Heathcliff and Catherine grow incredibly close, engaging in misbehavior and rebellion together, and ultimately creating an unbreakable bond. This passionate relationship eventually turns into obsession as socioeconomic and familial pressures begin to drive Catherine away. Despite her true feelings for Heathcliff, Catherine decides to marry a man of wealth named Edgar Linton from another household, the Thrushcross Grange. Thrushcross Grange is well off, symbolizing stability and conventional society. On the contrary, Wuthering Heights is a home that breeds tragedy, peculiarity, and instability. The novel, popularized for its depiction of tragic love and a lack of a happy ending between Heathcliff and Catherine, however, doesn't actually end in tragedy. So who does get the happy ending? The hero, of course! But what exactly is a hero? According to Scottish philosopher Thomas Carlyle, heroes uphold the values of society. A quote that was popularized on TikTok sums this idea up. A hero would sacrifice you to save the world, but a villain would sacrifice the world to save you. Through this quote, we define a hero as a character who maintains societal structures and a villain as a character who uproots them.
When Harridan Earnshaw is born, his mother dies shortly thereafter, and his father, Hindley, turns to alcohol and gambling. Harridan is then subject to neglect and raised as an uneducated servant under the new head of the household, Heathcliff. Despite Harridan's similar upbringing to Heathcliff and his experience of abuse, he is eventually considered a hero as he approaches life in a different light. This is because he bears a last name, signifying his endowment to a hero's journey, in contrast to Heathcliff, who does not have a last name. As the male descendant of Hindley, Harridan is the rightful heir to Wuthering Heights. This quote describes how his name was literally inscribed in the doorframe of the property over 300 years ago, representing his destiny to inherit the house. In eventually taking ownership of it, Harridan maintains social order and fulfills societal expectations through inheritance, thus establishing him as a hero. Ultimately, this hero's journey leads him to his happily ever after, in which he marries his love, Kathy Linton, the daughter of Catherine Earnshaw and Edgar Linton. Therefore, while we initially compared the beast to Heathcliff, Harridan's journey actually aligns more closely with that of the beast's. The beast is born a prince, thus endowing him his hero's journey. His progression as a prince also mirrors that of Harridan's as he regains his wealth and social class through his physical transformation. As we can see, by the end of the fairy tale, he's a human and no longer considered otherly. Conversely, Heathcliff initially tries to uproot societal structure and go against the bearing of his name by pursuing Catherine despite his lack of social status and her marriage to Edgar. Though their love is mutual, Heathcliff never receives his happily ever after. Heathcliff's actions, which transcend moral boundaries, including the disturbance of the dead, are done in the name of love, which becomes tragic in the wake of Catherine's death. Heathcliff and Catherine never get married, and Heathcliff thus remains a victim to the darkness of his life and the otherness imposed by his namesake. Heathcliff's grave, which remains half buried in the heath, serves as a reminder of the societal expectations he remains subject to as a result of society. Therefore, we conclude that Heathcliff is neither hero nor villain. Though he tries to go against social order, like a villain would, he ultimately fails and fulfills societal expectations, like a hero would. Thus, he is an anti-hero, as his name disrupts his ability to undergo a typical hero's journey. Now, what does the importance of names in Wuthering Heights reveal about anti-heroes?
We assume that heroes get happy endings and villains are subject to tragedy because this is what they deserve. However, society enforces such titles and endings through names and implicitly established social roles. Society will always root for the good, aka the heroes, because they uphold societal values and social order. Anti-heroes, however, blur the line between good and evil. By failing to overcome societal structures that oppress them, they ultimately reinforce them. This not only challenges society's black and white dichotomy of good versus evil, but exposes its ability to dictate the fate of the individual.
We'd like to take this time to thank our mentors, Mr. Sweeney and Professor Garcia, and of course we'd like to thank you all, the audience, for listening. Finally, here's our works cited.
Hold on to the mic. We're going to try this system out for the Q&A. We have time for like 2 questions. Anyone have any questions for both groups? Thank you to both groups. I see one over here and one over there, so we'll start with these 2. Also, I love the name Adam for the Beast. I'm going to call him that from now on.
So you mentioned in the second presentation that Emily Bronte singled out Heathcliff and his son with his name. But is anyone else given the same treatment to facilitate maybe their heroic journey, or how their story unfolds?
Okay, so we actually, just to recap, yes, like you said, we discussed Heathcliff and Harridan, but we actually, a big part of our paper that we weren't able to include just because of time constraints was our focus on Catherine Earnshaw, so that's his adopted sister and his love interest, and essentially her name means pure, but however, like on the contrary to Heathcliff, she does have the last name Earnshaw, and this grants her status, and eventually she tries throughout her life to conform to the expectations that are put in place based on her name by marrying Edgar Linton and attaining that higher status from his wealth. But since she struggles to uphold social order because of her true nature and her love for Heathcliff, this develops her journey more as an anti-hero because, as we said, we define anti-hero as a character who sort of oscillates between conforming to social norms and defying them like a villain would. So essentially we said that her journey as an anti-hero in this sense shows, again, the same like loss of individuality in a society that oppresses individuals who don't conform to social standards.
Great. Another question?
Alright, so this question is specifically targeted for the first group when you guys open the floor for toxic femininity. So how do you think the portrayal of toxic femininity in modern literature and media influences societal perceptions of women's roles and behaviors? And what responsibility do authors and creators have in addressing or counteracting these portrayals?
Wait, can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
This is something I thought about during the duration of the presentation. So how do you think the portrayal of toxic femininity in modern literature and media influences societal perceptions of women's roles and behaviors? And what responsibility do authors and creators have in addressing or counteracting these portrayals?
So for the first question, I feel like because like a lot of modern media like portray these like toxic femininity concepts, it like I don't know, when I was younger and I was like watching Barbie, I just thought it was like normal classic like behavior among women, and especially in I think I forgot the title, was it The Loud House, or there was another TV cartoon where all the other a whole bunch of female characters, there's this black friend group, and the other characters consistently sabotage this one friend or this specific friend. It's just when you're younger, you don't really realize how messed up it is, or how harmful it can be to other women. So you grow up chances are you're gonna learn that it's not okay. But what if you don't know? What if you grow up and then you start having a crush on a man, and then another person has a crush on a man? You perceive it as normal behavior to gossip about this girl, to gossip about this girl and manipulate this girl in order to achieve the man that you want. And so that's it just depends on how you grow up. It's you can watch these cartoons and it can have no effect on you, but you can also grow up and perceive it as normal. So it's just it depends on who you are, I guess.
Thank you.
So about your second question.
You can say something if you want. We're about done, but if you have one more thing to say. Good? Okay. Give both groups a huge round of applause. We are out of time, so please exit that way, and thank you for being here.
Are you guys a 5 and 6?
I don't want to, I just wanted to check in, and I wasn't able to, we had our pre-baccalaureate event yesterday for graduating students. I wasn't able to come, but I was talking to the students. I'm staying for the, I mean, I wanted to at least catch part of it. How was it?
Three other schools involved this year.
That's wonderful because you're a model for other schools.
Yeah, I'm getting to experience it a bit more as a spectator since I'm not teaching on the program this year.
So what is, I mean, you were one of our best instructors ever. Now you're full-time at Queens.
Now I'm full-time.
So what is your involvement now?
I still love this program. So like I gave a lecture as part of their lecture series over the lunch periods. And so that was really fun. It's it's always fun. I love it. I mean, even like doing like speak to an auditorium system, even when you're like actively researching and presenting, so it's really fun.
And these students are so. I had one of Townsend Harris student in my class, in my women and gender studies class. It was Coalition Conference on banned books. She was just Ilana Allen. She was like the best student in the district. Townsend Harris Cedar, she's got a full scholarship, all 4 years, to her historically bad class.
Yeah, no, they always just not good.
So you have been involved as a lecturer, like giving lectures and
Well, just once really. I mean, like the full-time thing has really been. This is my first year, so I've been shifting a lot. Yeah, the heavy teaching load and other kind of like professional stuff that I do. So I've had to draw a line. I keep wanting to say yes or no. I've done a couple things. I did a lecture, which was really fun. I did some like workshops for students preparing and more like the creative writing, personal writing space for in August. Students getting to work on their. Do you want to come around?
I'll come around and sit down and yeah. Oh, yeah.
Coming into town.
Oh,
so the bridge is rising. Want a little bit more. No, they're towns and cities, but they're maybe like 6. So I gave last August. Yeah, for the students. Teachers are well transition to
Okay, welcome to our band's sixth panel. We're about ready to begin. So if I can have your attention here, if you need the program, the QR code is up here or on the wall, or right here. And I'm going to introduce the host of our panel, it is Professor Will Lasser. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good morning for a few more minutes. How's everybody doing? Good? All right, without further ado, this is the culmination of these two groups' semester. All of their hard work, we get to see it showcased right now. Yeah, the band theme for today is going to be monsters, animals, and anti-heroes. The first group we have going up is, the title of their presentation is Deconstructing Reality's Systems of Suppression into Android's Dream of Electric Sheep. Presenting will be Karina Husic, Kelly Gadea, Hassan Raza, and Gabriella Renzi. So let's give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kelly.
I'm Karina.
I'm Gabby.
And I'm Hassan.
Our presentation will explore conformity and its manifestations, particularly its role in developing anti-heroism through an analysis of Mercerism, one important aspect of Rick Decker's 1968 dystopian novel, To Android's Dream of Electric Sheep.
Our thesis text takes place in a dystopian reality in which humanity is challenged by the growing influence of technology. Amidst chaos and isolation, humans turn to Mercerism, an imagined religious system to feel unified. Whenever humans desire empathy, they use an empathy box to connect with Mercer, an idolized figure who is forced to roll a boulder up the hill for eternity, analogous to the Greek myth of Sisyphus. We will begin our discussion with our definition of anti-heroism as established by an analysis of one of the novel's protagonists, John Isidore. We will then explain the novel's deconstruction of Mercerism and its effects on Isidore's character.
To begin, let us watch a clip from the popular children's tale, The Emperor's New Clothes. In this story, an emperor is tricked into believing that he is wearing invisible clothing that only fools cannot see, when, in reality, he is simply naked.
No, that's not what I meant to do. Sorry.
Remove the screen. Yeah. Breathtaking, isn't it? So complex, yet so simple. It is time for the parade. And now the people will see the butterfly I have become. Let us give them the surprise of their life. Remove the screen.
The Emperor's subjects, not wanting to look like fools, also pretend that they can see the invisible clothing. The audience, meanwhile, has the unique pleasure of realizing that all the characters are fools, an irony that ridicules the characters' impulsive conformity.
This brings us to our thesis. A protagonist whose heroic qualities are threatened by his or her conformity to corrupt authoritative systems must be defined as an anti-hero. Our protagonist, John Isidore, initially venerates Mercerism.
He's originally imbued with several heroic qualities. Isidore is a chickenhead, meaning that he is discriminated against by the larger society due to his inferior intelligence. Readers are made to admire and sympathize with him, especially because, as part of his devotion to Mercerism, he practices empathy in all aspects of his life. He's caring and kind towards his co-workers, and even protects a few androids, another one of the novel's FGA groups.
Isidore's devotion to Mercerism is very transparent. According to Mercer, all life returns. The cycle is complete for animals too. I mean, we all ascend with him, he says. His unwavering faith in Mercer is emphasized by the juxtaposition between his stuttering, unsure way of speech and his certainty regarding Mercer's teachings. This contrast highlights his ability to participate in Mercerism despite his exclusion from all other social experiences due to his status as a chickenhead. Thus, Mercerism gives Isidore a sense of acceptance and purpose that he otherwise lacks. Mercer even lets people like me participate, he says.
But as Mercerism is deconstructed, Isidore's continued attachment to the system becomes a negative quality. Mercerism is exposed as fraudulent with this television announcement at the end of the novel. Mercer does not in fact exist. He climbs a cheap Hollywood commonplace soundstage which vanished into Kipple years ago, he says. Ironically, earlier in the novel, Isidore had claimed that the entire universe was moving into Kippleization, which is the world's inherent destruction, except for Mercer and his practices. Thus, in this scene, Isidore is faced with the fact that everything he had believed to be true about the state of the world is opposed to his actual reality. As Mercerism crumbles before Isidore's very eyes, the readers witness the fall of the one force that had kept Isidore's life from collapsing into insignificance, as it is proven to be nothing but an illusion that itself vanished into Kipple years ago.
Moreover, with Mercerism's downfall comes our realization that this system is not nearly as innocuous as it seems. The androids who are believed to be unable to participate in Mercerism due to their lack of empathy bitterly say, it is that empathy. Isn't it a way of proving that humans can do something we can't do? As we watch the androids cheer on Mercerism's fall, we realize its exclusion of a group that desired to join this experience. Thus, Mercerism's dehumanizing qualities are brought to light. Although the system's intended purpose is to create empathy in its imagined society, it instead has created ostracization and oppression, empathy's very converse.
In light of Mercerism's facilitation of the android's marginalization, Isidore's reaction to the deconstruction of Mercerism, particularly his refusal to accept the system's illegitimacy, provides us with new perspective on his character. When Isidore is told that Mercer does not exist, the Kippleization that he had believed Mercer to be capable of preventing begins to occur within his own apartment. It begins crumbling into dust and ruin, mirroring Isidore's crumbling faith in the system he had long believed in as its corruption is exposed.
But although Isidore is aware of Mercerism's flaws, he continues to hold on to his teachings, which is symbolized by his refusal to let go of the spider he believes Mercer has given him. This reaction is absurd, and it is clear that Mercerism has a deep psychological hold on Isidore, making his continued belief seem purposely ignorant as a means of self-preservation. He also begins hallucinating Mercer, and his continued emotional attachment to a system that he is logically aware is illusory warns of the long-lasting effects of the marginalizing structures and systems that Mercerism appears to represent.
But we must remember that one of Mercerism's biggest teachings is the marginalization of androids. In his inability to reject this oppressive system, Isidore's character thus becomes as corrupted as Mercerism itself. An anti-hero can be defined by scholars as a character who is single-minded in their devotion to ideals, and it is this single-mindedness that aligns their heroism with their villainy. So, as Isidore's inability to put an end to his devotion to Mercerism is highlighted, his idolization of a repressive practice is contrasted within his compassionate and empathetic nature. He must therefore be an anti-hero, an individual with heroic characteristics, but whose positive traits are threatened by his or her conformity to a corrupt ideology.
Thus, through the novel's deconstruction of Mercerism and Isidore's inability to let go of this system, we see how easy it is to become a follower, a sheep, all too willing to conform to its master and the narratives that they craft and propagate. Isidore's difficulty in breaking free of the authoritative system established in the novel cautions us of the dangers of such institutions. Therefore, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep warns us not of the dangers of technology or automation, as so many scholars have speculated, but instead of the dangers of becoming sheep. Isidore's development as an anti-hero further emphasizes the damage that blind adherence to oppressive or marginalizing social systems can do to one's character, thus inspiring readers to protect their agency and individuality against the authoritative systems and relentless conformity that attempt to govern our societies.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. And special shout out to Professor Garcia. This is really drawing your heart.
Fascinating presentation. Let's give another round of applause. All right. Next up, the presentation is entitled Monsters, Human Psychology's Wishy-Washy Relationship with Its Own Creation. And our presenters are Julia Chen, Ira Jenkins, Eliana Varkotis, and Nicholas Taveras. Here you go.
Thank you. I'm Nicholas. This is Eliana. This is Julia. And this is Ira. And this is our presentation, Monsters, Human Psychology's Wishy-Washy Relationship with Its Own Creation. Now, before we begin, I'd like to play a game with you all. Let's play Spot the Monster, shall we? You, the audience, you have to raise your hand whenever you see a monster show up on screen, okay? And be truthful, all right? This is our first contestant. Oh, ew. Is it a fish? Is it a goat? I don't know. I don't like it, and I want it off my screen. Thank you. Next up. Oh, that's Dave. I invited him to my potluck yesterday. He's great. I love him. This is our third contestant. Gretchen. I didn't invite her. And our fourth contestant. Big Bird. What is Big Bird? As a matter of fact, how can we definitively say we understand what a monster is? How did we choose what we chose? Well, to answer those questions, we're going to use our thesis text and our supporting texts. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, Phantom of the Opera by Weber, and The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson. All these dive into a creature, a definitive titular creature, that is the focal point of their story, that they cause all the conflict, you know? And this is also our thesis, which we'll be using. Monsters and anti-heroes only differ slightly from humans. This difference prompts fictional humans to exclude them from society, causing them to become the monsters they are seen as, exposing humans' inter- and intrapersonal perceptions in and out of literature. This same rejection monsters face highlights aspects of the human nature that are generally repressed. This is our table of contents, and we'll start by defining the monster. Except, we gotta start from the ground up. We gotta start defining the anti-hero. These are the aspects of the anti-hero as defined in Racine Pedre's The Making of an Anti-Hero. They say that an anti-hero challenges conventional heroic ideals. They're doomed to lose something of value in their stories. They're often excluded, internally and externally, from the narrative's depiction of society, and they're the focal point of the conflict within their own stories. Now, you'll notice that all of these aspects are shared between the monster and the anti-hero. But what is a monster? Well, Shelley and Stevenson both agree in their texts that a monster is hideous, it's deformed, it's malformed, and it makes you afraid. These are universal responses you find in most literature that contain monsters. They say monsters at their core incite fear. They are outcasts from the society that they're in. And their physical traits and behavior are abnormal and horrific. Now, you yourselves used these same maxims when you were playing the game earlier. You just didn't really know it. Now, how do we use these maxims to define a monster, really? Well, for the purposes of this presentation, we'll be using this working definition. A creature broadly defined by its striking physical appearance, demeanor, and novelty, produced by an individual's fear of the unknown and the faults of humanity itself. Now, using this, we can actually find out what Big Bird is, since he's physically odd and his demeanor is weird, and he was created to teach humans how to be more kind to each other. Wait, he was created?
Yeah, so monsters are created, not born. They have some parts of them, their aspects of their identity that had some catalyst moment that created them. So how were they created? Well, the catalyst that we found in all of our texts was that our monsters were rejected by their parental figures, who are supposed to be their first experience of pure, undivided love. Without that, and with that rejection, our monsters begin to take that rejection and put it into their own self-perception, and it makes them see themselves worse than they are. This is really awful for them, as they see if the one person who could not love them was supposed to, then they don't deserve to be loved by anyone else. How then would we define monsters in literature? How do we as an audience see them as monsters? Well, when we were analyzing our text, we found that all of our monsters were disconnected from the rest of the story. It was hard to find a connection with our characters. We found that this was called the V effect. This is a term coined by Bertolt Brecht in 1936. It is a literature device that is used to alienate a character from the audience. So, the Phantom of the Opera has a name. Anyone know it? No, so his name's Eric. Nobody knows that. Because all of our characters use names like Phantom, Ghoul, Fiend, Ghost, Monster. All of our characters are being given names that are directly meant to dehumanize them. We don't associate as well with creatures and animals as we do humans. Now, specifically in the Phantom of the Opera, the Phantom wears a mask for the entirety of the show. We don't see his face. All we know about his appearance from others is that seeing him would drive you crazy. So when we finally do see his face, we expect him to look worse and look more monstrous. So when we do see him, we see him as a monster because that is what we were told to expect. In the case of Frankenstein's monster, we don't actually have any interactions with the monster for the first portion of the story. All we hear is from Victor, and Victor loathes the monster. So when we finally do get to the monster's perspective, we find that he's intelligent, he wants to be a part of society, and he's lonely. So Mary Shelley has him kill a child out of cold blood. We can't properly associate or sympathize with a child killer. That would reflect poorly on us and society as a whole, which leads to this huge disconnect between humans and monsters.
So now we know how monsters should be. Repulsive, rejected, but let's get to know them on a more personal level. Let's circle back to those descriptions of Hyde. What adjectives do we see? He's pale and dwarfish. He's without naval malformation. If we go solely off of Hyde's physical traits, he doesn't seem remarkable. Not appealing, for sure. But what's so abnormal about him on the surface? This contrasts sharply with how characters feel when they see Hyde. There's an immediate, intense feeling of repulsion that they can't seem to explain logically. Doesn't this reaction seem outsized compared to their own descriptions of him? Now, what about the creature from Frankenstein? He acts like an intelligent human man. He speaks English, he reads Milton, and he expresses human neuroses and emotions to Victor. So initially, Victor loathes how his creation looks. He feels tempted to categorize him as solely monstrous. He compares him to a demon or a vile insect. But how does Victor react when he's confronted with how human his creation acts? Counterintuitively, he's more disgusted. If these monsters are so close to humanity, what makes them incite this strong universal response of fear? Actually, it is that humanity. This aligns with real-life instances of the uncanny valley effect. The uncanny was first described by Freud, but this specific term was codified by roboticist Masashiro Mori. Looking at this graph, we can see that we are more comfortable with inhuman objects that resemble humans until they look too human. That's that dip right here where our monster's anti-heroes also fall. See, what's most uncomfortable about Hyde isn't his outright horrific traits, but the perception that something is off, which we can't quite place. Likewise, the creature's uncanniness is a mind that's too human for something we deem inhuman. See, these monstrous anti-heroes demonstrate the potential closeness of those social categories, and that's scary to us. If you can be both human and monster, and if you can't tell the difference between human and monster, It reveals that these methods we have of classifying different entities aren't as airtight as we might believe. And in light of our new definition of monster, what does it mean that monsters are so much like us? That we're so close to the ugly, the deformed, and the murderous?
So, given that monsters are grotesque and they make us highly uncomfortable, it would be almost impossible to think that we are similar to them, but we are. Theoretically, there's a monster within all of us. So, Sigmund Freud developed his theory of personality in 1923, and one component of that is the id. Now, the id is what our instincts drive us to do. So that would be for sexual pleasure or just our primitive behavior with aggression. Now, the monster is the embodiment of this id. It behaves according to its desires without any consideration to societal norms or consequences. For example, Frankenstein kills a child and threatens his creator because he feels that will get him what he wants. Monsters are also detached from reality, and that's how we relate to them. Eric in Phantom of the Opera did awful things, but what he did was clearly fake. Whereas with serial killers Jeffrey Dahmer and Charles Manson, what they did was also horrible, but they were real, and we recognized that they were real, and those same things that they did could be done to us. So what does this mean for all of us? Well, we are more similar to monsters than we are willing to admit, and we're desensitized to them because of their fictionality. The work that these monsters do don't benefit the societies they exist in, but they benefit us because they expose the truth about ourselves, which leaves us with a greater understanding and ability to self-reflect on our perceptions.
In sum, the self-fulfilling prophecy of the monster's identity and image is perpetuated by our prejudices against them, as shown by the game that you played earlier. What we're asking you to do is to set aside those prejudices. Look at your fellow partner with open eyes and an open heart, and to try to accept them for the monster that they are. Be like Big Bird. Be kind, be caring, and be understanding. This is our work cited. Thank you. We'd like to thank Laughter and Dunbar and Ruby as well. You guys were great, wonderful.
All right, great. I didn't mention this at the beginning, but we will definitely have time for some questions. So take a second and think about any question that you might have for either group. It could be about the content itself, it could be about their process, preparing for the symposium. This works too. Okay, great. Does anybody have any questions? Laura in the back. Here. I'll hook it up to you.
This is for the second group. Why do you guys think that monsters are such prevailing figures throughout so much of human history? And what do you think that says about humanity in general?
Well, as I discussed a little bit in our presentation, it's because of how much we relate to the monster. Of course, we'll never explicitly say, oh, you know, the unconscious desire that drives my behavior is also what causes me to relate to Frankenstein or any other monster that we mentioned. But it's a silent relativity. We see a bit of ourselves in the monster, and we kind of justify their actions, saying, oh, you know, well, he was treated this way, so I can understand why he would do that. I feel like that's what's allowed these monsters to be so prevalent in popular culture. It's because they're not entirely something that we just simply say, no, we can't have that and shun it.
Great. Any other questions? Definitely have time. Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, cool. First group. I'm so glad to see that Philip K. Dick was represented, and that's number one. You know, I'm a fan. And secondly, thank you for looking at something other than the dangers of AI and that reality out there. Let's mash up the two. And is society in danger of becoming sheep, considering our current track towards AI?
Okay, thank you for your question. So, although we only focus on aspects of conformity in the book, I do think that technology and automation were also, in a sense, being cautioned against in the book because of their relations to conformity, as you were speaking of. So, in the book, one of the biggest issues is that the emotions that the characters feel aren't real, they are simulated by technology. And as you're saying, with AI being likely to push us towards conformity, I do think that the book, in a sense, is warning against that, just because the book is showing how technology can cause us all to experience the same realities and to look towards technology instead of our own individuality to give us our experiences and our thoughts and our actions. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks a lot. Great. Yeah, we definitely have time for more. Process or content. I can just stare at you all. We good? Uh-huh. There we go. See, it always works. You just gotta stare for long enough.
Hi, this is for the second group about the monsters. But you guys talked a lot about like appearance, but what about like a quote unquote like monster's morality? Because like Big Bird is technically like a nice person, but there's like a lot of monsters and villains that like don't care or like have the same like morality as like a human.
Well, yes, there are many monsters in literature that actually don't exude too much of an aggression. Like, of course, the id and Sigmund Freud and the connection to a monster means that they will most likely have aggressive tendencies. But there's other monsters like Gollum from Lord of the Rings, who's just a secluded guy who's really greedy. That's not really that much of an aggressor. Monsters are defined by not only their tendencies and their behaviors, but also by their physical appearance. It's the reaction that you get out of the audience member or the person that is witnessing the monster that really defines the monster.
Great. And I think we have time for one more. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. We should have like walking around music playing or something. Where did you go? Yeah, there you go.
So this is for the first group. So you talked about like the way the main character, I think his name is Isidore, sees Mercer and like I guess idolizes him and his thoughts. Do you think this is also a commentary on like the way people see celebrities? Like it's also sort of depicting like a parasocial relationship almost?
I think in the novel itself we had our character Isidore, but we also mentioned a TV personality who initially embodied Mercer, which is the one that Isidore is sort of worshipping. So I guess it could be a sort of commentary on that because he is worshipping someone based on fallacies or notions of celebrity. So it could comment on that, and I think that it's valid. But I think what we're more so looking at is that the whole system is systemized and false. So the fact that a celebrity sort of is reading it, and I guess I would agree with you that it should comment on something like that. But yeah, does that answer your question?
Yes, sure.
All right. I think that about does it. So let's give everybody a round of applause for the next group. Robots and Monsters, Tony Grosol. All right, well, great. That dismisses band, where are we at? Band 6. So great. Move on to band 7, and we'll take a little break until the next group. See you later, everybody.
Right now we're saying Symposium.
Oh, okay, and then everybody wants to do it. So that's actually, it's a less heavy duty work. Some of them,
Right,
like,
so when we get back
it's
to
included parents, some of it's
I'm
extra, some of it's.
I'm happy with how it's working.
You could. You guys know they're not. So, essentially, the interest and not we're sharing.
It'll be a old-timey font. Yeah. Paper, you know where it was.
I feel like when they were talking, I'm not excited to get they did I was so impressed. I offered one of these because
I know. And then how they go through and ruin everything. It was funny too with that asshole they were
so
yeah, not boys or just boys.
Methods of teaching. When I was some of my, I don't even know Lori Yamato, she runs the transfer honors program. We get some transfer students where we're doing support. I still think we throw them in there. You know, for economic reasons, whatever. Yes. Like, I don't come to this problem. It's like, here's to your problem. I remember when I was sitting in the house on the first so what you're doing is like spread raises the level
what you were really in this process, have you? Programming. Oh, I see. I thought this was
No, her and I and the mom
Yeah.
and I worked on it.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why I hired her. Because I find it interesting. I'm like, but I want to know.
Yeah. It strikes me that you can make the interest process part more rewarding for everyone, because that was the one thing that when we were talking about kind of like scaling this, one of the things was like, how do we make this travel when our students get a full year, they get college instructors supporting them the whole year, and then like at the end of the year, will there be a problem of bringing people who didn't have that, who had to do the whole project on their own and put them alongside something like what you just saw, you know? But if those courses are actually, that's really That's awesome. You got it. Oh yeah.
Very touched. Information and my video is on videotape that I can't figure out where to send it to get everything to mail it.
Probably go to
Yeah, I have to figure it out. Yeah. But it's like
And the quality is very too. Like green found footage, like crime scene, like digital.
Are they like here for the whole day, or yeah?
It's hard not to.
But I'm like,
especially when everybody's cute. All right.
Academic quality. That was great.
Yeah,
good.
That's awesome. Oh, yeah.
Were those your students?
The monsters.
The monsters?
Were
What a
really
pound for pound and minute for minute. Well, I mean, yes, the showmanship was good, but also just the density of ideas is
so
good.
the way they handled the Q&A, I was very impressed by the subtlety and the kind of flexibility of their thinking, the fact that they can think on their feet, that they're so articulate.
And this is what I've noticed that throughout these 2 days, it's not just that they answer the questions and say, like, identify the subtleties, but also like there are groups that are quoting the text without even having it in front of them, which shows you just how well they
I'll know what they're doing. Yeah,
it's
that's
just
great.
They're so immersed in the course this semester. I've been impressed by it.
Yeah.
In the last group, we had plenty of time for questions. The first group went 2 minutes on the song.
But they were very focused and good communicators.
Yeah. But yeah, Nicholas was born to like host a game show.
Oh,
or
yeah.
something.
He was just in the play. He was just Gomez in the Amazon. So,
He's an actor.
Yes,
Yeah,
he is.
Clearly.
I could see
With a voice for voiceover, yeah.
Okay, I think we are about ready to go. So, exactly, that's what we're looking for. It's a smaller crowd this band, so you're going to make up for it, and you got to have questions. So think through some questions if you're listening. I'm going to introduce our host for the panel, is Professor Lee Norton. So give him a warm welcome.
I haven't done anything. No need to apply. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sweeney. My name is Professor Norton. I teach at Queens College. I will be the moderator for this panel, which is titled Anti-Hero and Anti-Social. So yes, do think of questions, and those questions might be process related and simply be about the process that these groups took over the course of many weeks and months to come up with what you see today. Could be to do, of course, with the content, or maybe even a connection that you see between the two presentations around this broader theme of anti-hero and anti-social. We'll get right to it. Presenting first, representing our friends at Information Technology High School, are Jocelyn and Sebastian, presenting Clockwork Alex, hero or anti-hero. Let's give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are today going to be talking about the novel Clockwork Orange, written by Anthony Burgess. And many years before, but not actually many years before the cultural phenomenon of the book, actually, Anthony Burgess, or ran the book, actually suffered a terrible loss, which is why she was raised at a train station in London. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be talking about Clockwork Orange by Anthony Burgess. So then to give a little bit of context, many years before he actually wrote the novel, actually years prior to that, his wife actually there was something terrible when she was raped at a train station in London. So by British soldiers. So then this would be one of the main causes or main influences, if you want, that she led to actually write the book. So the effect that his wife took from this was mass drinking, and even died of cirrhosis, which is now something the alcoholics get. So then this is a quick video of this with a bit more context. Quick video.
Age of the anti-hero, and one of the Lannisters and the Underwoods, a Clockwork Orange's hero, Alex, stands out as a prototype and prime example of a strange but fascinating subset of the anti-hero type. We like to call it the glamorous psychopath.
What we were after now was the old surprise visit. That was a real kick, and good for laughs and lashings of the old good travail.
Unlike with other villains, in the case of the glamorous psychopath, it's not the backstory or some justification like cancer or abuse or oppression that explains behavior and keeps us grudgingly sympathetic towards the horrible hero. With Alex, it's his pure elegance and the feeling that he's somehow superior to all others around him. We're fascinated because he's smarter, more cultured, and does what he does better than anyone else. And in the years since Clockwork Orange, we've been seduced by more examples of the glamorous psychopath type. Catherine Trammell from Basic Instinct, Catherine and Sebastian from Cruel Intentions, Hannibal Lecter of Silence of the Lambs and NBC's TV version Hannibal, the Wolf of Wall Street's Jordan Bartok, and American Psycho's Patrick Bateman. And the image is so popular it seeps out of movies and TV into the rest of our visual culture, from music videos to fashion shoots. As the unremitting violence of our entertainment.
many years before writing actually.
Due to the world recovering from World War II, the world still lived in fear of extreme violence. The kids of his generation felt restricted and bound to rules they did not agree with. The main character portrayed in this story was named Alex. He was portrayed as a character who rebelled against society by using extreme violence. Who is Alex DeLarge? Alex is a caricature considered of a typical 17-year-old. He obviously, as many students, hates school, but loves stirring up troubles with his friends. However, he has been given this sort of empathy, and it's especially shown when he cries when his parents kill his pet snake. We see all of this as normal, but here's the question of whether or not he's considered an anti-hero or a villain. Alex is portrayed to be as a very violent and very horrible person, but he still shows some sort of empathy and is portrayed as something normal, which is why he would yet be considered a sociopath as many people portray him as.
The ambiguity of morality. What classifies Alex as an anti-hero is his forced transformation that results into him despite his desire to enact it. Similar enough to other characters such as Patrick Bateman, the earlier in the video, who have intentions to enact violence, but cannot have choice to refrain themselves, or they have been restrained by physical or psychological factors. But as Patrick Bateman, it's because of his environment. And so then, we're now going to watch one of the many things inflicted on Alex in the movie and in the book during his rehabilitation, the Levitical technique. This technique used by the doctors, as seen, is implied through the use of nauseating eye drops in his eyes, and then he just kept his eyes open, that way he doesn't blink. So then, while he was getting put these eye drops, he was actually shown on a big screen just like this one, showing World War II imagery, specifically actions done by Nazis, such as killing Jews and so forth, to hammer down the idea of how violence is bad. So then, this behavioral condition leads him becoming sick whenever himself or someone else tries to commit a violent act, which I couldn't find a clip of, but I hope you understand.
And another thing I'd like to add on is Alex is a character portrayed to go against society, and as he was used for this experiment, he was then in turn used as a prop for other people to signify that he is now rehabilitated and is now somebody better, but in reality he's just being forced into the psychological cage of just pure anguish that he experiences because he's no longer able to release his violent urges.
And that'd be the end of it. And special thanks to Giovanni Roman, backers, and Queen College, Count It Out, for the helpful. Thank you very much. Have a good day. That is personal.
Thank you so much. Let's see them up with one more round of applause. And presenting next, so as we shift presenters, be thinking about some questions you might have about this research project on Clockwork Orange. Presenting next, we have Eduardo Calero, Shannon Jackman, and Madison Middleton with I'm Not the Problem, You Are.
Hi everyone, my name is Shannon.
My name is Madison.
I'm Eduardo.
And have you guys ever been blamed for something? Just know it was not your fault. Instead say, I'm not the problem, you are. Today, we'll be examining how this phrase represents how anti-heroism has never occurred until it's instigated by external factors. Before we begin, we'll be going over a clip that doesn't make sense until we have the context of our presentation.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You think this is in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
And now our thesis. Our thesis states that studying both shapes and determines whether an individual is an anti-hero due to its influence on a character's actions and ultimately how they're perceived by others. To put this simply, we concluded that an anti-hero is not an archetype, nor is it a definition, but instead, factors like gender, sexuality, and socioeconomic status, among others, determine whether or not a person is an anti-hero.
Okay, so contextualization. Before we explore the world of anti-heroes, we must know that anti-heroes only can be evaluated within the setting of their environment. You cannot change the lens at which you view these characters because it works whether or not you can classify them as anti-heroes or not.
We'll be covering The American Psycho, analyzing Patrick Bateman, The Bell Jar, analyzing Esther Green, and The Kardashians, analyzing Kris Jenner. Before we begin, we must contextualize our stories. We have American Psycho. Our character, Patrick Bateman, grew up in the 1980s where he works on Wall Street as a financial person. He also has an excessive amount of materialism and greed due to the people that he surrounds himself with. Due to the time of yuppie culture, many people value materialism over actual materialistic goods. We also had the rise in the AIDS epidemic, which made people dislike a lot of gay people, which had Patrick Bateman envisioning killing homosexuals, women, prostitutes, as well as people of color and minorities. Also, the people he surrounds himself with make him have these visions of killing people so that he can maintain his socioeconomic status at the top of his social group.
Moving on, we have Esther Greenwood in The Bell Jar. During the 1960s in New York City, there was a major left swing on the political pendulum with the release of a book called The Feminine Mystique, which is credited with sparking the second wave of feminism. As a young woman trying to make her way up through the social and economic ladder, she tends to make missteps, which causes her to fall into a psychotic, depressive episode in the end of the book. While in today's society, one might see her as the average young woman who is just trying to make her way through in an environment where she was expected to be perfectly poised and compliant with her higher-ups, her anti-hero status is gained.
So now, keeping up with the Kardashians, they were fostered in the environment of 2000s Los Angeles, an era I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And even though many of you weren't born towards the end of the era, you are all very familiar with the lingering effects of the Cultural Revolution. This was a time of glitz and glamour, a time of putting yourself out there. Hollywood, Y2K, the rise of social media. It was all about making a name for yourself, especially through the fields of fashion and entertainment. Consequently, we also saw major booms in the entertainment industry. Music through pop stars like Britney Spears and Rihanna, TV shows like Jessie, The Wizard of Waverly Place, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. It was all the right time and right place for Kris Jenner, and she knew it was her opportunity to strike. So let's move on to what factors that tie into context are essential to what makes an anti-hero an anti-hero.
Our first one is trauma, or a backstory. Every character has a sort of backstory that causes them to act the way that they do. However, because each person responds to trauma differently, the anti-hero is a fluid construct. You cannot label it as one thing because everyone has a different response to different scenarios. Take, for example, Esther Green in The Bell Jar. She has a dead father and a mother who forces patriarchal values onto her as a woman who wants to be independent and has her own job and be her own individual. This way, she spirals into a depressive episode. However, Patrick Bateman, he has a father who is forcing him to work on Wall Street, as well as a group of people around him that drag him into doing various drugs, as well as supporting the killings that he is doing. So this way, trauma responds differently with other people. According to Crisis Intervention and Trauma Response, some victims respond with few reactions, others with many more. It is almost impossible to predict who will cope quite well and who will become psychologically impaired.
So the influence of people and specific societal expectations on our lives greatly impact the decisions we make. This phenomenon is referred to as environmental determinism and is defined as strategic decisions and processes that are expressing adaptation to opportunities, threats, and other characteristics of the environment. One specific incidence of this is when Patrick Bateman encountered a gay pride parade in the Union Square neighborhood of New York City. Quoted, "When I stopped on the corner of 16th Street and made a closer inspection, it turned out to be something called a gay pride parade, which made my stomach turn. Homosexuals proudly marched down Fifth Avenue, pink triangles emblazoned on pastel-colored windbreakers, some even holding hands, most singing somewhere out of key and in unison. This perfectly illustrates Bateman's character, as well as the collective culture of the time. Even though this can't be seen now as morally wrong, this was the norm during Patrick Bateman's time. If we were to view the character of Patrick Bateman through the lens in which we view, let's say, Keeping Up with the Kardashians, he would be canceled on the internet swiftly. By expecting an anti-hero to act and think a certain way, we're placing our own cultural biases on the character, which inherently defeats the purpose of analyzing them within their own context.
In Pillar 3, I explored the concept of morality and how this affects how we view the actions of others and ourselves. In a scholarly journal titled The Definition of Morality, they explain to us what counts as definition of morality in either sense of morality is controversial. Moreover, the line between what is part of a definition in the sense at issue and what is part of a moral theory is not entirely sharp. Essentially, during our look through different books and characters on who we can define as an anti-hero, we came up short as none of them had anything in common. Someone like Patrick Bateman, who's a Wall Street investor, versus someone like Kris Jenner, who is a mom trying to make a name for her kids, there's nothing on the surface that makes them comparable to each other. So ultimately, we concluded that morality is a gray area, which leads us into our fourth pillar. Now that we can agree that morality is a gray area, where do we place the anti-hero? As I tried to come to a definition, most sources said that an anti-hero is the opposite of a hero, while a hero is a man or sometimes a woman who is generally admired or acclaimed for great qualities or achievements in any field. Most people would generally characterize this as a villain, and so we came across the same dilemma. So instead of giving up, we instead decided to define the anti-hero again in a gray area.
Now we will be justifying our most extreme characters. To begin, we have Patrick Bateman. He is an anti-hero for 3 reasons. 1, he has a backstory. Not only does he have his father pressuring him onto Wall Street, making him feel that he only gains self-gratification out of wealth, but also the social circle that he surrounds himself with supports him in his actions. They don't see that what he is doing is wrong, so he keeps on doing what he believes to be good, which is taking out minorities and people that he doesn't feel deserve to be in his life, as well as the societal expectations of yuppie culture. Keeping up with his class and his socioeconomic status causes him to have these hallucinations of killing people in order to maintain his power. And this ties into his moral ambiguity. Yes, he is killing these people, but it is all in his head. He has mental illness that is causing him to commit such crimes, and so it is through his lack of control and his search for power that he becomes an anti-hero.
When I first heard about Chen's tape, as her mother, I wanted to kill her. But as her manager, I knew that I had a job to do, and I really just wanted her to move past it.
So let's start to analyze Kris Jenner in the same light. Number 1, a backstory. Kris Jenner never grew up particularly wealthy. She grew up middle class in the middle of San Diego, California. She went about her life, she attended high school, didn't attend college, became a flight attendant, and so it makes sense as to why she was gunning for the Hollywood fame, as she grew up estranged from it. Number 2, societal expectation. In order to make it onto the golden road of Hollywood and Vine, Kris Jenner had to do something big, something that set her apart from the rest, something that set her apart from everyone else trying to make their claim to fame throughout this era. She did just that. She used her daughter's sex tape as leverage for her and her family's A-list status. And number 3, moral ambiguity. Is it right to call Kris Jenner a villain? Even though she did several bad things, in the end of it, it was all for the greater good of her family. She did succeed in doing what was best. She single-handedly morphed her family, and her daughters into billionaires with all booming businesses like Skims. So we are unable to place Kris Jenner into a place of morally wrong or morally good. She simply exists in a morally gray area. She checks all the boxes, so thus we are able to classify her as an anti-hero.
And then we have the connection. Now, if the definition of an anti-hero is malleable based on the context in which the character is placed in, how are we ever able to consistently identify an anti-hero? There's a common thread that we've identified, which is power. Power exists in each one of these scenarios and is something that each character desperately tries to hold on to and control, which inevitably leads to the decisions that gain their anti-hero status.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you lived and what came before you.
So now hopefully Kamala Harris makes sense. We all exist in the context in which we live, and so do anti-heroes. Thank you for listening.
Wow, great work. All right, we have some time for, I'm going to watch Kris Jenner dance for the rest of the, why not? We have time for some questions. Questions for both groups. And again, think about questions about process, questions about the texts and the ideas, connections perhaps within them. I'll go ahead and start us off. I have a question for both groups, and it's a question about process. Obviously, you've been working on these books for a long time, and I have to imagine that what began as an interest in the book deepened when you looked into something that you both brought up, which was the historical context in which the book took place. So my question for you is this: how did your perceptions of the anti-heroes that you were initially drawn to, how did they shift and change as you learned more about the sort of historical research you did around the context, things like the 1950s or 60s after the war in Britain, or in the case of Patrick Bateman, 1980s, materialist culture, Reaganite America, right? I'm curious, how did your view on these anti-heroes shift over the course of your project?
So basically, as we were doing our research and we were discussing with our professor, we kind of had a disagreement on whether or not several of our characters, like Patrick Bateman, could be considered an anti-hero if technically he is a criminal in the sense of the word. But as we read the book and we got to the end of the book where it's found out that he doesn't commit any of these crimes, rather it's his subconscious that wants to get rid of these people so that he can be on the top and he can be better than everyone else. I think it was kind of clear at that point that he's an anti-hero because while he doesn't physically commit any of these actions, the thought process behind it and wanting to gain and maintain that power and control that he has is what we kind of looked at.
Give it a test. Let's see what's on.
So my perception of the anti-hero Alex shifted throughout while I was looking through the historical context for the site. But basically, they grew up in a time where their parents were so scared of continuing and moving on to the future because it was a time of war, and war was still going on around that era. And they wanted to stay back in the 1950s and stay with the same rule of the same mindset. But many of the children and teenagers of that era were ready to just be somebody else. It was the beginning of the era of rock and roll. Everybody wanted to change. Nobody wanted to be just bound by violence and anger and war. they wanted to continue and move forward.
Great, thanks for that. Yeah, something really iconoclastic about that hero, even if it's moved in a rather disturbing direction. I would say. Other questions? What questions do we have for the groups? I didn't mean to hog the spotlight. Yeah.
So I have a question for both groups. You're talking about like cultural relativity, right, and how it depends on the circumstances. Did any of you look at non-Western texts to kind of take a look at anti-heroes? Right, because both of you use very like American-centric texts. So just wondering if that was part of your process.
Okay, so a question about whether the process for either group involved looking at non-Western texts.
So my group did look at non-Western texts. One of the texts we looked at was A Personal Matter. It is a Japanese book. We didn't include it in the slideshow because unfortunately we didn't have time and space, but essentially what happens in that book is there's a man who is going through a midlife crisis. His son was just born with a brain hernia, which is something in the 1960s not many people survived. So that, coupled with influence from a few other people in his life, caused him to feel that he was trapped in this life and that he desperately wanted to escape and go to Africa, which is somewhere that he had been wanting to go to for his entire life. And it ends off with him kind of coming to the realization that his life in Japan with his wife and his son, even though disabled, isn't something that's entrapping him, but something he should embrace.
My group personally didn't look into many different articles regarding like different areas aside from like English areas, but I did review over some Asian, some articles that came from Asia regarding different types of war because during the time that the book takes place was around the 1960s to mid-early 1950s. Of course, in the 1950s we're met with different types of war, and some of the wars that were around this era, of course, were World War II, the Cold War, so on and so forth.
Okay, we have time for maybe one, or if it's short, two more questions. Any questions for our groups? Yes, over there. I'll repeat it.
I'll just ask you aloud.
Okay, that sounds good.
For the first group, Blackboard Orange group. Maybe it's just like the people I hang out with, but why is typically the audience, the readers, why are they glad for Alex at the end of the story? At the novel's ending or the film ending, they're happy for him. How come?
Probably because they saw some sympathy throughout the things that happened in the movie. You know, because right after his re-education, you could say, you know, after the legal technique, he was beaten by his friends. He was tortured by classical music, which actually made him jump out the window and almost kill himself. And then around at the end of the movie, he actually was landed in a hospital. And then a government official actually came to him and tried to brainwash him again, some sort of way.
But also in the end, after everything, he snapped back into the person he originally was, and reverted back to his violent tendencies after he was, again, as he said, tortured and beat by the society that people want him to respect.
Great, thanks so much. We have time for one more question. We have one right here. If you want to just speak loudly, I'll repeat it.
I was going to ask, what made you guys pick Chris Jenner as an anti-hero? Because from an outside perspective, it seems kind of random, but
What's with the Chris Jenner of it all?
Okay, so the reason that we picked Chris Jenner is because we were looking for something very modern, something that we're all very familiar with as an audience, as an entirety. And my first thought was pop culture, right? That's something we're all very in tune with. And what better anti-hero than Chris Jenner? I mean, she's very notorious for what she's done. And again, many people don't like her, but also many people idolize her. So it adds that nice conflict balance of whether or not she's an anti-hero, because she could be seen as good, she could be seen as bad. It really depends. It really boils down to who you're talking about and like who is determining whether or not her moral status.
Great, great question, great answer, great answers throughout, and let's give these two panels a round of applause. We're out of time, so as you leave, move that way, and we'll be back next band for I think what will be the final band of the symposium.
I didn't know what that was. I did not write that. No, the proof thing, like, there was a question that was asking about if a glass of wine has 12% alcohol. I didn't know how to do that, so I guessed binge drinking. There are a lot of true and false questions. Study. You're going to be fine.
I eventually want to build one over.
Yeah, but not in the context of the atomic bomb. Like the atomic bomb. Yeah. I thought so. I'm seeing something. I didn't realize that. I was like, oh yeah, that's just my presentation. And then I was sitting here thinking back. I'm like, oh wait, that sounds pretty bad. So I said that. I said that sounds pretty bad. I was like, I swear this is not what we're trying to say. Yeah, that's what I'm supposed to say.
But I do come to campus. Yes, I always come to campus to have the assignment. Oh, I'll They don't look at they do.
See it all, but we're going to be getting started very soon. Please here. If there is a gap in your row, everyone get up and move all the way this way until all seats are used, so wasting time. It's not like the other one, let's be more efficient. So everyone please get up and move all the way over. Please, thank you. Everyone's going to get up and move down so we can see everybody in the most efficient manner. Thank you.
Hi, Danny.
Hi, Danny.
Are you enjoying your seat from receipts? From receipts somewhere? I see you over here,
All right. Okay. I'm not going to talk into that thing. It's too loud, and I can put it down. So, if everyone could please thank you very much. We're going to get started. So, welcome to the 9th annual Humanities Symposium at Queens College. These are the final presentations of the day, the last panel. Rumor has it that there was 28 presentations over 2 days, so it's a real marathon. Yeah, that's right. That's a round of applause for the presenters, for everyone who has presented so far, and very much supported along the way. So how it's going to work is we're going to hear our presentations. Now, they're only about 10 minutes long each, all right? And this is the culmination and distillation of months of really hard work and research. And we have to say, great, you have 25, 35 pages of writing. Now do it all in 10 minutes, right? And no one ever wants to do that. So it's an amazing feat that they're bringing to you right now. After the presentations, there's going to be a brief Q&A period, depending on how much time there is. For those of you that have been here many times or all day today, you're going to hear it again. Good questions can be either like content-based, like why did you choose that book, or something much more complex than that. But you don't have to impress anybody, right? Then you can just ask about process as well. What was challenging? What was surprising? Anything like that. Those are great questions, all right? All right, without further ado, our topic for this session is relativity, deconstruction, and the anti-hero. Today's first group, their presentation title is The Relativity of an Anti-Hero Culture is a Social Construct. Okay. And our presenters are, please give them a nice, warm welcome, are Allison Lee, Amy Lou, and Ryan Jones.
Anyway, okay, so hi, my name is Amy, this is Allison and Ryan, and let's just get started with our presentation. Right before that. Okay, so let's begin with our boy, Friedrich Nietzsche. So he was a German philosopher, most associated with nihilism, the belief that like nothing matters and that there's no objective structure to the universe. And from these ideas, he famously once said, God is dead. And it seems simple enough, but his ideas are actually a lot more profound than what most people on the internet would have you believe. So when we think about morality, we're all convinced that we're right? Like raise your hand, who thinks they're right when they give an opinion? Right? Raise those hands, be confident, right? And like it's common sense, right? But Nietzsche said, actually, God
your friend said so? Is it because your teacher said so? Or society said so? He rejected the idea of absolute universal moral truth. But this left a big hole in the discussion surrounding morality, right? If there is no objective morals, then how do we truly know if we're right or wrong? And one of the attempts at answering this question is moral relativity. And it's the idea that moral truth is relative to society and culture. And we'll get back to this idea later, but for now, let's bring our attention to the anti-hero and where they fit into this conversation. So see, villains and heroes, they tell us clearly what's good and bad. But what does the anti-hero tell us? So I think rather than giving us clear answers, the anti-hero questions morality instead. And in our research, we found that different cultures, which have different morals, have different ways of portraying the anti-hero. And now I'm going to switch over to Alex.
So let's take a look at our two thesis texts. So we have My Name is Red and Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. So My Name is Red is set in the 16th century Istanbul, where emerging Western ideals of art clash with traditional miniature styles, causing characters to question where they stand and their relations with each other, leading to many episodes of conflict. On the other hand, we have Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, which is a novel where an apocalyptic setting from a web novel befalls the characters from modern Korea, and protagonist and anti-hero Kim Do-cha uses his knowledge of the novel to navigate this world to its end with his companions. In My Name is Red, we'll be looking at miniatures and murderer Olive, who is an anti-hero. Despite committing murder, his actions indirectly save the lives of other people, making it overly simplistic to label him as outright villainous. Similarly, Kim Do-cha, our other anti-hero, commits violence out of a desire to protect his friends. He's willing to leave other people to die if it means keeping his friends safe, making it difficult to label him as entirely heroic.
So, we're going to move on to our thesis, which is by examining the cultural impacts on an anti-hero, the difference between Eastern and Western ideals becomes more discernible, allowing us to better understand the impact of cultural narration on storytelling and our perception of the anti-hero archetype. So we're going to start this by comparing cultural norms and people's actions, or in this case, our anti-heroes' actions. So to start, there are 6 different dimensions of culture created by Greet Hofstede, who is a Dutch social psychologist, and it's basically a way to measure how society's culture affects people and their behaviors. So basically the way this works is that for each of these dimensions, a country is given a score, and that basically indicates to which side of that dimension the country is skewed towards. So yeah, these are the 6 different dimensions of culture, and for this presentation, we'll be using uncertainty avoidance to measure whether or not these characters are anti-heroes. So in the chart, you can see that Turkey and South Korea both have an uncertainty avoidance score of 85, which basically means that they're both like really fearful of the future, and basically this shows itself in more of like a conservative society. And on the other hand, the US has an uncertainty avoidance score of 45, which basically means that they're not really afraid of change and more accepting of it. So we're going to start looking at Olive in My Name is Red. So basically, in My Name is Red, Olive kills Elegant, who is an avid supporter of keeping miniatures art. And when Olive says, "I'll never admit to being a murderer," he's basically saying like he has no remorse for his actions, and is saying that he's not really afraid of like the encroachment of Western art into miniaturism. And in Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, basically in this section, Kim Do-cha basically has to fight a disaster, which is this dragon. And even though like this disaster wasn't what he wanted it to be initially, he was able to use his knowledge of the book Ways of Survival to be able to defeat the dragon, which basically shows that like he's not really afraid of any uncertainty or if something doesn't like go as he plans it to be. And yeah, so this chart basically serves as a summary for all the points that I've said so far. So as you can see, Turkey and South Korea, in relation to Olive and Kim Do-cha, are basically on complete opposite ends of the measurement. This basically solidifies their our understanding of them as an anti-hero, as they significantly go against their cultural norms.
So next we'll be taking a look at another one of the 6 cultural dimensions, which is individualism and collectivism, and how it impacts actions and identities of these anti-heroes.
Okay, so for individualism, these values typically stem from Western cultures where it values the self and personal goals. On the other hand, with collectivism stemming from Eastern cultures favoring the group and intersectionality and interconnectivity. Concerning justice, it is important to note that individuals have the capacity to both contribute to situations and harm others as well. It's not dependent, it is on the topic of moral consideration, but rather what they contribute to a situation and not what moral standings they have. So Eastern and Western ideals affect each anti-hero's ideals differently and what they believe is justifiable. On the left, we have Olive, whose unconscious personal motivations of resentment and jealousy drive him to believe what is justifiable to be anything that allows him to achieve self-fulfillment and freedom, which comes in the form of murdering Elegant and Alicia. He asserts his own volition in situations that only serve his own benefit, showing Western ideals of individualism. Kim Do-chul, on the other hand, doesn't see the point in survival if it's not with his companions, as displayed on the quote on the right. So his actions are noted in to be very collectivist, where he puts his companions first and foremost. So anything that achieves this is justifiable to him, whether it be murder or manipulation. The core identities of Olive and Kim Do-chul that influence their ideas of justice and what is acceptable course of action in their eyes are heavily driven by their respective cultures. Kim Do-chul is very influenced by Eastern values and employs means of sacrifice for the group because that is how his identity was built when his mother sacrificed himself to cover up for his own murder. Because she showed him and developed a character where sacrifice is the only way to achieve goals, he destroys himself to fight for his family because he believes what is right, because that is what his identity was founded upon. Olive, however, is a Mongol and a miniaturist, so he is influenced by his Eastern Mongol identity, but also influenced by the Western ideals and individualistic choices. He had become a murderer in order to free himself as a miniaturist, fulfilling his personal desires and granting himself the autonomy to paint how he wanted, no matter if it was in a traditional style or one that deviated from that. So we see that both of these anti-heroes have different motives and different ideals, but they're both seen differently as well, despite both being anti-heroes. Where one character is more perceived as a hero and the other a villain, they are both anti-heroes and through their displays of morally ambiguous acts. The differences in their ideology and values illustrate the impact of cultural narration on our perception of anti-heroes. Okay, so to wrap things up, we want to discuss why does this matter, right? And you probably learned about so many anti-heroes over the past 2 days, and you know that morality is complicated and cultures have different values, blah, blah, blah. And you might be frustrated and want to ask yourself, okay, you gave this whole presentation, so what is the right morality, East or West? And the answer is all of them. See, this quote is profound because sometimes we're so tunnel visioned into what is right and wrong, but God just says that it doesn't matter because He is everything. And what this suggests is that reality itself is objective, that the world before humans isn't evil or good. It just is. And this is gonna sound like a hot take, but things like homework, crime, politics, these things themselves aren't inherently anything. But it is we as humans who impose our own will onto them. And thus, what Nietzsche actually says isn't just God is dead, but that we have killed him. And this anti-figure and the anti-hero who's stuck in the middle is an important reminder to not think so black and white. That there exists a reality outside of good and bad. The anti-hero reminds us that it's okay to not be perfect, and it's okay to not let morality define you. If there's one takeaway from all of this, from this entire symposium, it's to not let your identity attach to your opinions. You don't have to make your entire personality on being right. In an age where people are opinionated enough and building entire identities around specific viewpoints, the anti-hero becomes more important than ever in reminding us the possibility of being wrong and the need for critical thinking and nuance. And so the next time you get heated in an argument, I suggest you all ask yourselves, is there a possibility that I might be wrong? And what would it take to change your mind? Thank you.
Well, what is not wrong is that was great. Thank you. All right, we're going to keep things moving along. It's nice and hot, all right? We got the crowd warmed up, so let's go. The next group we got here is Puppeteer in Cell. Deconstructing the destructive nature of psychological power. And our presenters today are Leah Borkova, Iyad El-Bournani, Zara Islam, Audrey Lynn, and Helen Oliver. Please give them your warmest welcome.
All right, so can everyone please raise your hand if you are familiar with the term hater? All right. Now, how many of you guys know a hater personally? Well, we certainly do. Our presentation examines the ultimate hater, the underground man. Imagine an individual so full of himself that they can't even have a normal relationship, who has no friends because he's just so much better than everyone else. I mean, who wouldn't want to be alone, as long as he knows that he's right?
Good afternoon. My name is Audrey. This is Leah, Zara, Iyad, and Helen, and our presentation is Puppeteer in a Cell, Deconstructing the Deconstructive Nature of Psychological Power.
And the primary text that we use for our project is a novella titled Notes from Underground, written by Fyodor Dostoevsky, which was originally published in 1864.
Psychological power is often associated with self-control, but in the case of the underground man, it is much more closely related to the ability to control others. The underground man employs a bevy of sly, calculated tactics in order to alter the mental states of both himself and the few individuals he chooses to interact with. Despite his incel-like personality and questionable actions towards others, the underground man defies conventional notions of heroism and villainy, not fitting neatly into typical protagonist characterizations.
Through a comparative analysis of similar anti-heroes and an exploration of psychological tactics, this presentation contends that the underground man emerges as a nuanced portrayal of an anti-hero, driven by complex interplay of psychological masochism, god conflicts, societal isolation, intellectual superiority, and unreliable narration.
And based on these factors, we selected our individual focuses. The ancillary texts we chose to develop our respective focuses and relate to our main text were The Picture of Dorian Gray, American Psycho, Frankenstein, Steppenwolf, Lolita, and the TV show You.
Psychological masochism, as per the article, The Psychology of Masochism, encompasses a complex phenomenon in which individuals derive a form of gratification from their own suffering. This gratification may manifest through various means, including self-inflicted pain, humiliation, or degradation. By reveling in his own mediocrity, the underground man sets a new path through which to find freedom and liberation. It is here that we see his character become one with the anti-hero archetype, as he uses his suffering as an unconventional tool to prove the same point as his heroic counterparts. From his perspective, the underground man's pain becomes a badge of honor, a rebellious assertion that freedom does not come from the pursuit of happiness, pleasure of happiness, or from the avoidance of pain. Through his experiences, readers are introduced to a world of irrationality and morally grave decision-making. Yet, at the end of the day, the underground man's actions cannot be deemed as villainous, as he is not making the conscious decision to harm anyone, but rather to accept his suffering in an attempt to demonstrate to his counterparts, even if through manipulative approaches, that pain cannot be escaped, so one might as well embrace it. In the 1890 novel, The Picture of Dorian Gray, the protagonist too demonstrates anti-heroic characteristics as a result of his psychological masochism. In the book, Dorian Gray's obsession with maintaining his youthful appearance mirrors the underground man's pursuit of freedom. Their shared detachment from reality and this interest in the status quo drive them to embrace vice as a form of defiance and control over their unfulfilled lives. Yet, this pursuit is burdened with self-loathing, reflecting an innate psychological masochism that Dorian and the underground man cannot escape, despite recognizing the toll of their transgression. Ultimately, their anti-heroic journey symbolized the human compulsion to rebel against imposed societal structures, even at the cost of self-destruction.
Now, as a consequence, the underground man developed a superiority complex, causing him to believe that he is better than those around him. In a journal article titled Your Inferiority Complex,
The author Paul Popenoe explains that a man with a superiority complex has not grown up enough to recognize his own limitations and will never be emotionally anything more than a precocious and somewhat spoiled child. This is exactly what the underground man presents himself as in the story. The underground man's desire to see himself as better than those around him led him to pursue a life of seclusion, from where he cast judgment on others. Yes, he did recognize his own imperfections on a surface level, characterizing himself as a sick, wicked, and unattractive man, but chose to project his internal conflict onto other individuals as an escape from himself. The underground man's greatest fear was losing his freedom. He still sought to take the freedom of others, regardless, through means of manipulation, stating that I was already a despot in my soul. I wanted to have unlimited power over his soul. In fact, he became so addicted to the power that he felt while controlling the emotions of others. He stated, without power and tyranny over someone, he really cannot live. Similarly, in the 2000 movie American Psycho, Patrick Bateman's life is the result of conforming to the expectations of his position in society in order to seek acceptance. As a consequence, however, he suffers and leaves him with no genuine emotions aside from greed and guilt. This lifestyle contributes to the farce of how he wants to be perceived by others. Both men seek revenge and catharsis for the emotion that they have to suppress by conforming to society's expectations. And more so, they both seek to inflict their suffering and pain onto others as a coping mechanism. Ultimately, both the underground man and Bateman suffer from insecurities that force them to seek acceptance while presenting themselves to the outside world as superior beings. And these resulting complexes lead them to seek mental and psychological power over the people around them.
As intelligence is frequently cited as a source of this torment, the underground man shines a new light onto the tortured genius trope. When discussing the tortured genius trope, the primary culprit of distress is knowledge of life's cruelty or futility. The underground man's self-degradation stems from the latter. He proclaims that he's unable to become anything of substance, not good nor evil, not even a mere insect. His doldrums are, however, just one of the many symptoms of his sickness. The disease that the underground man frequently mentions and even takes pride in is his intelligence. A Byronic hero is defined as a rebel who stands apart from society and societal expectations, who is deeply jaded, morally superior, and obsessed with lost love. Byronic heroes are often compared to anti-heroes due to their numerous similarities. The underground man can be considered a variation of the Byronic hero. In Steppenwolf, written by Hermann Hesse, the protagonist Harry was brought up as a social elite. He despises the bourgeoisie and snobs he was forced to be around, and ultimately chooses to abandon this life and become the Steppenwolf. Through encounters with Hermione and others, Harry explores themes of social isolation, existential despair, and the search for identity, ultimately embracing his anti-hero qualities in a journey of self-discovery and redemption. The disease frequently mentioned by the underground man manifests itself in the life of Harry Hollow. Harry forms a romantic relationship with a hedonistic woman named Hermione, who he ends up pushing away and eventually destroying due to his newfound insight into himself. The role of intelligence in the destruction of relationships is a key aspect of the psychological torment in these characters. It also serves as a reference to the Byronic hero, as it shows they are capable of love but cannot achieve true connection.
A consequence of the underground man's superiority complex is his tendency to view society and those in it with contempt and disdain. He says that man is a frivolous and unseemly being, and perhaps similar to a chess player, likes only the process of achieving the goal, but not the goal itself. The underground man perceives human interactions as inherently superficial and hypocritical, convinced that genuine connection is impossible within the confines of social norms. At the same time, he recognizes the burden that this isolation imposes on him. He is aware that to be overly conscious is a sickness, a real, thorough sickness. And despite his cynical view of the world, the underground man still craves human companionship with the very people he looks down upon. We see this desire for human connection and struggle with loneliness most prominently when he narrates his interactions with Lisa. He openly voices his disapproval of Lisa. He says that in a year you'll be worthless, so you'll go from here to somewhere lower, another house, a year later to a third house, always lower and lower. Yet there are brief moments where we see his attitude soften. He says to Lisa, "God blesses it your husband turns out to be a good man who loves you, pampers you, never leaves your side." These fluctuations in external behavior reflect his internal conflict between longing for acceptance and trying to isolate himself from what he perceives as a damaged society. The main character, Joe Goldberg, from the Netflix series You, shares striking similarities with the Underground Man, as an isolated individual struggling to connect with others. They both feel profoundly different from the rest of the world because of a supposed hyper-consciousness and self-awareness. Joe's incompetence with navigating social interactions leads him down a dark path of obsession and stalking, particularly towards certain women he fixates on. So, both the Underground Man and Joe exhibit a disconnect between desire for human connection and an inability to engage with others in a conventional manner. Essentially, they both serve as reminders of the complexities of human loneliness and the destructive consequences it can yield when left unchecked.
The psychological torment that the Underground Man experiences, together with his superiority complex, results in internal struggle and a certain degree of self-loathing, which reveals his anguish and nihilistic perception of on life. And this introduces the Underground Man as an unreliable narrator. According to scholar Bruno Zerwick, the unintentional self-incrimination of the personalized narrator is a necessary condition for unreliability, and the Underground Man certainly meets this requirement. In his numerous attempts to make himself seem superior, he merely does the opposite and reinforces his inferiority, satisfying the self-incriminating condition and labeling himself as an unreliable narrator. Another prime example of unreliable narration is Humbert Humbert in Nabokov's 1950s novel Lolita. Lolita follows the story of a European pedophile who traps a 12-year-old girl into a life with him, where they are father and daughter by day and lovers at night. While Humbert is an obvious criminal, he is often able to gain the affections and sympathy of those around him, including, in some instances, the reader, making him an obvious unreliable narrator. In their narration, both Humbert and the Underground Man reveal the moral implications of their actions without truly acknowledging their immorality, which reinforces their self-incriminating nature and labels them both as unreliable narrators. However, while both men are similar in the sense that they are unreliable narrators, there is a significant difference when it comes to their anti-heroic aspect. Humbert is an anti-hero only in his own mind concerning Lolita. However, the Underground Man's narration is what makes him an anti-hero. Both men present themselves in very different ways. The Underground Man is perceived as a lonely, bitter, and unrespected man. Humbert, however, is perceived as a handsome European man with a natural charisma, who is often able to capture the attention of those around him. This juxtaposing presentation of each narrator is ironic, given that Humbert's actions with Lolita are significantly more immoral and criminal compared to the Underground Man's actions with Lisa. This identifies the Underground Man as an anti-hero because in all his attempts to sort of uplift himself and make himself look good in the eyes of the reader, he has reached a point that allows him to act primarily out of spite. In all the anger, bitterness, and nastiness that he's accumulated throughout his life, he is unable to successfully narrate the story like he wants to in his favor.
So, the exploration of the Underground Man's character unveils an intersectionality between his craving for psychological power and his disdain for societal norms, portraying him as a quintessential anti-hero. His pursuit of power is not conventional, but rather rooted in psychological influence, and when he fails to control others, he tries to manipulate the reader's perception of him. Now, despite his incel-like demeanor and questionable morals, his critique of societal norms highlights the importance of individuality. His yearning for power leads to societal isolation and internal turmoil, exacerbated by his superiority complex and self-destructive tendencies. Ultimately, the Underground Man embodies the contradictions and complexities of the human psyche, confronting uncomfortable truths about power and identity in a superficial world. But simply put, he's just a hater.
Thank you for watching our presentation. I'd just like to take a second to thank the people who made this possible. Mr. Sweeney for organizing the event, the Renaissance Society of America for providing funding, and our mentors, Professor Van Camp and Mr. Merrill, for your continued support. Thank you again. And Mr. Dunn.
All right, we do have time. Let me see, what time is it? What time? What is the time? Ooh, 1:59. Thank you so much. We do have time for a very brief Q&A session. All right, we got one ready to go right away. So please project your voice as loud as you can at the panel. Yeah.
Okay, so this is for both. I noticed that you guys are wearing different
That's a very good question. So we originally chose ORV, Omniscient Reader, as our thesis text, but it's too niche and we couldn't make it our thesis text. So, but then one of our teachers, Mr. Remy, he made a really good suggestion of My Name is Red, which deals with East versus West. And as we read on, we realized that, these two texts are from different cultures and they reflect different values from these cultures. One is from Korea, one is from the Middle East. And originally we also had a picture of Dorian Gray, which is supposed to represent the East, right? The West, sorry. The West. And we just found that there was a lot of differences and similarities to the anti-heroes. And we found that the way that because the characters, when they boil down to their characteristics, they're all the same. Allison talked about this, but the way that they're portrayed is very different, and we just thought that was very interesting and worth analyzing.
Yeah, we also at the start didn't necessarily have a text that we wanted to go off of, but in the first semester we got to read a couple of texts, including Frankenstein and Prometheus Bound. And I think that was when we first got the idea of studying the psychological aspect of an anti-hero. If you haven't read Prometheus Bound, it's essentially the story of Lucifer falling from heaven and becoming our understanding of Satan, or the biblical understanding of Satan. So we wanted to kind of dissect the psychological aspect of that, because the book itself, or the short story itself, did tackle a lot of his own psychological turmoil throughout the story, and we thought that would be a good thing to transfer into our symposium project. And Professor Brandkamp actually suggested that we did The Underground Man, because his entire character, or Those from Underground, I should say, because The Underground Man, his entire character is about being this extremely tormented guy who doesn't really know how to interact with people around him. He's just really creepy all around. And we just thought that was a great example of how your understanding of psychological power really impacts how you interact with others, but how you build a story and how you interpret your interests and opinions. And that was a great example of how an anti-hero how literature tackles the anti-hero through psychological power.
Excellent. I really love the idea of Underground Man as the original incel. That's amazing. I think we do one more really quick question. All right, right here, real quick, then we can go.
So just yet again, just for both groups, what do you think your original definition of an anti-hero is? Did you guys disagree on something or agree on something?
All right, so maybe what was your understanding of an anti-hero before this project and then after? And let's make this super light and quick.
Thank you for the question. So I think our original definition of anti-hero is the more typical one, where it's just someone who has good intentions but has a controversial pathway to getting there. But then we didn't really want to follow the typical approach. We want, like Helen said before, we wanted to stay within the theme of psychological power. So we started looking at how an anti-hero can be within oneself and not exactly involving everyone else. Because again, the Underground Man, he's an anti-hero through the way that he presents himself. He wants to present himself as a respected man who's above everyone else, but he's unsuccessful in this matter, and he just proves his patheticness and inferiority. And that's just a different way of approaching the anti-hero theme. But yeah, what we knew before is just how someone's actions can be ill, but the intentions be good. But in ours, it wasn't exactly his actions; it was more of his thoughts and his perception of life and other people, and how he treated himself and others.
Okay, so yeah, that was a really wonderful question, and it's kind of what this whole symposium is about. What is an anti-hero? And I kind of went over that in the final sections of my presentation. In that, at first we thought that anti-hero was just a literary figure, but over time we slowly realized that the anti-hero is a much more important reminder and a cultural shift towards nuance and just critical thinking in general, because we're so used to black and white thinking, but the anti-hero brings something new, and that like, oh, there's this possibility that, you don't know what's right and wrong, and that like things can be debated. And it's just like this reminder of like a very human pursuit of ethics, and it's, yeah.
I think that was a
Thank you.
perfect way to do it. Thank you.
For the two people who asked questions, we have AirPods for you if you want to come up with headphones. Yeah.
All right, come up and you ask questions. But this is the last panel, so please give the loudest applause and cheer as you can do it. Very good. Now, thank you for coming. Thank you for a great audience, great questions. Please exit stage and have to look at it.
We have like 15 minutes to go through all the
Oh my god!